bay, watching the tide roll away. Ooh, I'm sitting on a darker bay, wasting time.
FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson Gay rolled all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
For the best sporting experience, always listen to Today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Anazi Ogen Eddie, Super Eagles and Transport midfielder. I also listen to the show.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
"25 years ago today, Arsenal signed Thierry Henry from Juventus and he went on to become a Premier League legend. He is still the only Premier League player with 20 plus goals and 20 plus assists in a single season. These days, he's doing great things for himself in the world of coaching. That's talking about coaching in football. Well, didn't start his coaching career quite good, as we could recall his days at Monaco after the club was like a sinking ship, where he was hired as the messiah to raise the club after a disappointing season with Leonardo Jardim. That didn't really work out, but Thierry Henry left Monaco and became an assistant coach to Roberto Martinez with the Belgian national team. Probably learned a thing or two, which he has applied successfully with the Olympics team of the France national team. They are in the semi-finals of the ongoing Paris Olympics after seeing all of Argentina in a game of debacle, a game of chaos, a game of so many names. Not forgetting what happened between these two after Argentina won the Copa America and the talk about racism. But what does it matter? Thierry Henry is a legend of football as a player and probably taking the path to become a legend in coaching as well. Great to have you join us and a very good afternoon to you. This is today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of the show, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM, situated in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name remains Reliable Reliance O'Daniel. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. These days I'm being called the man with Sabi one in the world of sports, and I do have the company of the guys here in the studio, and they are ready to sing their state and digest. And before then, they will have to annihilate what they have to chew talking sports this afternoon. Starting off with Young Chuks Chukwuzite.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt City. Good afternoon, Nigerian sport lovers. It's good to be here talking. I think European football is on its way back. And this night, I think no sleep from 10 o'clock. We have Chelsea, Man City then. The El Clasico, even though it's a friendly, then we have the Liverpool, Manchester United rivalry. And I think this is like the feel of football is actually back.
When you can't wait for the season to resume, you start having that nostalgic feeling about friendly matches. That is the situation right now with Chukwuzite. But let's see if Ovie Wallace equally do share the same feeling. Ovie, great to have you here and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Reliance. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio. Good afternoon, sports fans in the Garden City and also listening from outside and also around the world. As usual, it's always nice to be here talking sports, European football. Chukso give out everything that's happening. The friendlies are happening, although you say it's a friendly, but it's still Barcelona, Real Madrid. No matter where those guys still see each other, they will still give it their all. And then again, the new guys, the new blocks in the building, Endrick and Mbappe is not yet in the camp with Real Madrid. But Endrick, his first game, we saw him against AC Milan. We saw what he did. I hope to see what he can do against Barcelona. We'll see. It'll be like a foreshadow to when the season comes. So with that, I say good afternoon again.
Carlo Ancelotti is the coach of Real Madrid, and he is talking. He has told us when he is going to end his football coaching career. For Jurgen Klopp, it's bye-bye to football coaching, football management. Maybe coming back in the coming days, not certain, but it's bye-bye for now. But for Carlo, he has told us when he will eventually quit anything that has to do with management and football. But Gift Ejogun is not quitting talking sport anytime soon. In fact, she's just getting started. Gift, great to have you on the show. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, PHCT. And good afternoon to my colleagues too. I'm so happy to be here talking about sports, especially the Olympics that are ongoing and the happenings around it. To be so delighted. Once more, I'm so pleased to be here.
I told you she's not quitting talking sport anytime soon. And you could hear it from her voice. She's delighted and excited to be here to dissect the matters that will be on the bulletin soon. Henry joins us. Henry Ogugwa is his official name. Great to have you here, man. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Reliance. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to our lovely listeners. Great to be here this lovely afternoon to talk about everything happening in the world of sports.
We're surely not talking about everything because we will not leave here today. A lot is happening. By the way, there's a transgender in the Olympics, and I think two fighting right now, and you get a punch from, how do I call her now? How do I call her? How do I call him? She, her, or I don't know. She. That sounds like a Chinese name.
She's still a her. She's turned from it's turned from a he to a her.
They play.
Biologically, she's still...
Technically, that's what it is.
Technically, but biologically, it's still proving the same thing.
Which one supersedes each other? Is it technicalities or
I know we're not in a medical show, but I mean, there are more complex surgeries to doing that thing whereby literally almost everything about you being the opposite gender is transformed to you being the gender you find yourself.
You see how the XY chromosomes so rest. Stop denying the fact.
Thank God we have a biologist in the show, so can tell us more. Okay, microbiologist in the making, so can tell us more about that. But we're not doing that because that's going to be a lot of discussion. That's going to be overwhelming. But it got me thinking: if Caster Semenya could be told not to compete because she has a higher testosterone above the threshold for a woman, then why would a man be allowed to compete against female or against women.
The Moroccan one was
when the testosterone, when she had to go drop her testosterone, his testosterone levels, to become a woman.
See, I don't. The Moroccan one, the one that it's not funny, but it's funny at the same time. When the Italian girl was crying, I really was crying. No doubt about it. When she said she gave up, but the Moroccan was she? Look, realize it's totally wrong to have transgender people participate in sports, because no matter how much you want to reduce your testosterone as a man, it's still way higher. Caster Semenya has higher testosterone than a woman, but she cannot even compete with you.
Is there a transgender, a woman who increase her testosterone to compete with male?
You can't.
You can't.
The level,
why can't?
The level is
happening in boxing.
Can't?
I remember there was a woman that came to come and fight
as a man.
So it's
but
like,
she got
there's no way. It's like telling a man reduce your testosterone, then put estrogen in your this thing, and you can't compete with women.
Hey now, so the women, I don't know how many, because I think I'm fond of seeing men who wants to be women, and compete in women's sports. That sounds cowardice, but it's not my place to conclude. Rather than seeing women who wants to be men to compete in men's sports, why am I not seeing many of that?
See, women are actually okay with what they have. That's the truth.
Okay, they know their place.
That's the truth.
Those men,
you can't compete with men.
They say that,
they'll beat you.
We cannot reach that top level as other men.
So let's go and fight with our peer federation.
Now you talk. I didn't say anything. Now you talk though. Gifts. Why don't we see women who increase their testosterone levels to that of the threshold for a man to compete with men? Why are we seeing more men who reduces theirs to want to go and compete with women?
Women, we don't want to get beaten, sure. That's the reason why. I mean, a slap from a man can actually send a woman maybe halfway to the other world. But coming to you see a man who actually can at least withstand a woman, and they go ahead to do this reduce their testosterone and try to see how they can compete with women. Like this scenario where from one point she said she has never received such a thing.
That's the hardest part
that she has been taking pains. She's used to pain, but
not that kind of
pain. So things like that. Maybe it's because the men can actually defeat the women. Why the women?
She had to preserve her life.
Exactly. She doesn't want to.
The man, what's his name again?
The Moroccan.
The Algerian. What's his name?
The Moroccan.
Is he a Moroccan?
Yeah, Moroccan, yes.
What's his name?
Khalifa. I think that's
Khalifa. We'll confirm the name.
I don't call Khalifa. The Khalifa where they call. You know that Khalifa. That name for my head. Anyways, you guys.
We'll get the name. I can never forget the Italian's name is carried because of the show. The way the tears that came out. I'm eating that, but realize I had to laugh after the whole thing happened. Seriously, I had to laugh.
But it's painful. It's actually painful that we actually have
Khalif. That's her name, Iman Khalif.
That's her name or his name?
Iman Khalif. No.
Yeah, Iman. He's Algerian now. It's Algerian.
Okay, it's actually Algerian.
Iman Khalif. So, I wanted to say something about this man here.
But they said she was born a woman. She has all the things of a woman. Just that she has the XY chromosome and insanely high testosterone levels.
That's the one. See,
look, when I was looking at testosterone, when I was looking at the testosterone level, I was like, it was the same thing I cast. And then when I discovered that she had the XY chromosome, I was like, okay,
physically she's built for a man.
I was like, that's when I sighed. I was like, that's a man's genetics.
That's a man.
It's not a
There's no way.
The father said that she was born a girl. So look, it's one of those things you just can't explain with nature. They tell you we have two genders that are definite, male, female, but there are some people that are born hermaphrodites.
Yeah, hermaphrodites are there.
They exist. So I mean, as much as it's like in worms that they can divide and split into two and without any, this is more like a sexual reproduction and all that stuff. Same thing that there are some human beings that are hermaphrodites. They have certain things that make them cut across both genders easily without even doing any medical procedures to be transgender. But seriously, she was banned before. How she was allowed to even compete? Yes, how she was even allowed to compete at the Olympic Games is the baffling part.
It's IOC now.
It's actually
it's IOC, and once the IBA say they will pay Karina whatever was due her.
Yeah.
At the Olympics, she's gonna be paid.
She has to be paid.
That's because IBA actually banned her from competing. That was in 2023. She was disqualified from the 2023 Women's World Boxing Championship organized by the International Boxing Association. But IOC, in their own wisdom, decided to allow her compete. Said she was eligible to compete in the Olympics, and criticized the misleading report and the IBA's arbitrary disqualification. So, well, unless it's a case of caster, because if it's a case of caster, then her situation can be understood. But if it's a case of being a transgender woman,
any case should not be accepted in the Olympics. That's the truth.
Why?
It's the truth, because
if it's a case of caster, you have to understand. That's how she was born.
She was born like that. But yeah, you said gene mutation actually happened, or whatever happened in the enzymes didn't work out to you. Yeah, nature might actually be unfair to you. Yeah, you have seen many people that are born dwarfs. You have seen many people that are born too tall. They don't actually, they have to accept the facts. But it's now the IOC or whatever sports committee that will actually sit down and begin to think of how to create these people that will feel around the world. Because if you say let's take a hermaphrodite to the women category, you go down and dominate the women category. Or you say let's take these people to the male category, you go down and be the worst athlete or the worst boxer in the world. And that's how it's painful. Yeah, your ACN or your UTA, any or the enzymes didn't on this thing or stopped well should not be taken as an advantage or taken as a disadvantage to you. That's painful. I pity the Italian because she the way she cried, she said that was the hardest punch she has ever received in her life. But she has been a boxer for how many years? So that's how it's painful. That's the painful truth. I also have to sit down and actually look at these things, because if either you create a sport for them separately or you just ban them from doing anything sports.
All right, there's also Lin Yu Ting from Taiwan, who was equally disqualified by the IBA in the same competition back in 2023. That competition took place in New Delhi. Well, let's leave other sports for tomorrow. We'll take an in-depth look at the situation of Iman Khalif tomorrow at 1 p.m. is the time as usual, and then also discuss some other what this mean. Gender eligibility test, what exactly does it mean? What does it entail? What are the possible chances, apart from being a transgender, what are the possible case scenarios that can be obtained? And what possibly can IUC or the IBA or any sporting federation, either national or international, do about the situation, and provide solutions to all of those, and have a detailed discussion about that tomorrow on today's Sports Live. But for now, it's about time, and it's football.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
So we're going to be starting the show from what we saw between France and Argentina after the French side eliminated Argentina from the ongoing football event of the Paris 2024 Olympics. Now, it ended 1-0 in favor of the home side in Bordeaux. That match took place yesterday. Argentina will boo throughout the match by a hostile home crowd, and fighting broke out between the players immediately after the final whistle There was shoving for a couple of minutes before the players were broken up. Some France players appeared to sprint down the tunnel moments later before coming back out a short time later to perform a lap of honor. After the scuffle, Nicolas Otamendi, who is the captain of the Argentina Olympics team, took aim at France defender Loic Bardi, who he thought had over-celebrated in front of Argentina players' families. I am very angry that they went to where the family members were to celebrate in his face. Otamendi said, if he, that's Bardi, feels like celebrating, let him come to where we are and we'll resolve it there. We'll talk about whatever we have to talk about. That's what Otamendi said. Although primarily an under-23 competition, the game was a rematch French fans have been waiting for since Argentina's dramatic penalty shootout win in the 2022 World Cup final. A racism scandal had heightened tensions ahead of the game after a video of Argentina players singing an offensive song about French players of African heritage as they celebrated their Copa America victory last month made the rounds. France coach Thierry Henry was just as unhappy with the fight and was left furious after midfielder Enzo Millet was sent off. I went to shake the opposing coach's hand and all of a sudden I saw a lot of things happening, Henry told reporters. I don't like seeing this kind of things. It wasn't necessary. We didn't want to lose a player that's to suspension, but it was pointless. He wasn't even playing. I'm really not happy about that. We were all united. The only drawback is getting a red on the bench. Jean-Philippe Mateta scored in the 5th minute. Henry's team, who will face Egypt in the semi-finals. Well, Morocco thrashed USA by 4-0 to progress to the semi-finals as well. So, football event reports, and we're going to be starting off with the whole brawl, the whole debacle, the whole chaos that happened. Why should you be... I mean, that was like a taunt, Henry. Why should you be upset about the taunt when you know these things happen in football?
The masters of teaching out thoughts are angry that they are taunting.
You drew the first blood. Take your mind back to the World Cup.
They were always taunting everybody. They taunted the Netherlands. They taunted the Netherlands when they defeated Netherlands in the quarterfinals. They were taunting opponents as they were going through.
I could recall. Just go ahead.
Even in the finals, when they defeated France, they taunted France in the World Cup finals. And you taunted them by singing what you sang after winning the Copa America, forgetting that your under 23 side are actually going to come to France to play at the Olympic Games.
And by the way, Otamendi was part of that team, wasn't he?
He was part of the team. He was one of the people in the bus.
In the World Cup.
He was part of the team in the World Cup, part of the team in the Copa America.
So why not in that country?
So, I mean, it's funny. They didn't attack your family, truth be told. And did they even know your family was actually sitting down there? I don't think they'll know or they care if your family is actually sitting down there. So, probably your family is even sitting with other Argentine fans. And that's probably what they went to do to taunt the Argentine fans. Truth be told, it's not sportsman-like from the French people, but I mean, it's a problem you started and you're being dished out or being given the same in your own coin, and you're actually complaining as regards that. I think as regards the whole issue, FIFA needs to step in so this back and forth stops actually. But I mean, the taunting, it's actually funny the way the Argentine players reacted. I was just looking at it and I was like, this is so childish. I mean, because you've been doing the same thing. Look, because not even just from the last World Cup, the Argentines right from time have been masters of doing this, especially when they have victory over you. They've been masters from the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s down to you today. They've been masters of doing it. And anytime they're being given the same in their own coin, they get angry and they get furious and they want to get violent and start throwing punches and exchanging punches on the field of play. So it's actually funny how these things get to happen. But truly, it's not what we want to see in sports. It's not what we want to see. Even the Argentines, they should have controlled their emotions. They lost the game. They lost it fair and square. Move on. I think maybe it was much more painful because of his France they lost to. I don't know, because of it looks like there's one rivalry that is brewing there.
But you see, okay, like Henri said, the Olympics football events can never be compared to the World Cup.
It can never be compared to the World Cup.
So you had a fair share at the World Cup.
It's still football. It's still painful.
Why they go pay them? It's like, at a bigger stage.
It's like, okay, Argentina always beating us at the senior level. Anytime we get to beat them at under 23, under 20 level, we jubilate and we celebrate. At least if we can't beat them at the senior level, let's beat them at this level or at this one. That's what it's usually like. So, as much as the senior level they've done it, because the Olympic gold is still a big deal. As much as you want to look at it and say no, the truth is, if Messi had not won Olympic gold in 2008, he'll probably be in this team now looking for how to win an Olympic gold medal.
Olympic gold and the Champions League.
If I'm to choose, I'll choose an Olympic gold medal.
Benjamin. Olympic gold and the Champions League. By the way, Benjamin Mena joins us. Yeah.
Good afternoon to our lovely listeners. Good afternoon, Reliance.
We know Olympic gold and the Champions League. That answers it all. Ovie, Olympic gold and the Champions League.
So pick an event that comes once in 4 years and pick another one that comes every year.
We don't need your shalaye. We don't want your shalaye. Okay, fine. Gift Olympic gold and the Champions League.
Sure, Olympics.
Olympic gold.
Yeah.
So now let you.
I say Olympic. I never talk now. I sing song. Listen, I me talk.
Nah, lie.
No, but I did sing song.
You sang song.
Hey, you know what I mean?
Solidarity.
No.
He didn't pick anything. He only said a competition that comes once in 4 years.
That's like you talking for me.
That's in solidarity to
no,
the
but
champions,
that's like you talking for
to the Olympics.
No, let me talk.
I'm not talking for you.
No, it's like you talking for me.
You want to go against your word.
No.
You.
There's a reason why Kylian Mbappe wanted to be at the Olympics this year. There's a reason why Sergio Ramos was actually looking to be here, because as much as it's an under 23 competition, I mean, you have an Olympic gold medal. Like Ovie said, it's a competition that comes once in 4 years. I mean, it's
if we make it once every season, it reduces the quality.
I don't know if
it's not about the quality. If you do it once in a year, I could say, okay, if I don't win it this year, probably next year I can win it. But this is once in 4 years.
Most people only tend to, for football now, you only get to participate probably once or twice if you're lucky as an overage player, or maybe 3 times depending on when you first made it to the football scene. As like Gavi. If Gavi had gone for this Olympic Pedri had gone for this Olympic Games, and he subsequently went years later on as an overage player, he would have had 3. He would have played at 3 Olympic Games. That's for a footballer, because it's an under 23 event. For an athlete, you only probably get to compete at the Olympics 3 times at your peak. So it's like going to the World Cup. It's a very big deal.
That's 12 years.
Yes, that's probably, I say probably 3 years. It might not even be 3 years. It might not be. Let's look at Michael Phelps. 04, 08, 012, 2012, and was Phelps? Yeah, Phelps was there in 2016.
Yes, 2016.
It's not much. Many people don't really get to do 4. So it's not really a common thing. So it's like, it's the World Cup of sports.
Yes.
So that's what makes it, as much as it's an under 23 competition, it's still a big deal. It's still a big deal because those are the
But
type
Theory
players.
already disagrees with you. He says that you can't compare Olympics to the World Cup because of.
That's based on football.
But no, based on the win. Because you saw them off at the semi-final. You defeated them at the quarterfinals. And they won you at the World Cup final to pick the trophy. That's not a revenge.
It's still a victory. I mean, will you tell Netherlands 4 years later, after losing the World Cup finals to Spain, and they defeated Spain 5-1 in the group stages, that they hadn't gotten their sweet revenge?
But Netherlands they wouldn't want to tie that. They want to equalize it and say, okay, it's a kind of revenge that they would have wanted.
It's not the World Cup finals, no doubt, but you've gotten the satisfaction
so
of beating them.
You. And then they will come back and Argentina will come and tell you, I beat you and carry trophy.
Reliance.
Yes.
Reliance. If I'm not condoning fighting, please don't fight. If you were in school, somebody came and beat you in front of everybody, then maybe when you are going home, even if many people are not there or very people are there, you saw the chance, you carry the person, if that person hit the person that run away.
I won't beat you for where everybody did.
You've beaten the person that you've got in your pound of flesh, even if it's not in the same scenario.
I want to beat you where everybody, those people, if possible, where those people are, the same set of persons who were there when you knocked me down. I want to knock you down in their presence. That's sweet revenge.
But sometimes you might not get a chance. So it's
take whatever you can.
Just take whatever you can. That's how it is.
Anyways, for the records, this show does not condone violence and no one is advised or encouraged to go in for revenge, but just those are some lighter words on the premise of what Thierry Henry said after he got that victory over Argentina. An all-important victory, I must say, because that took them to the semi-finals of the ongoing football event of the Olympics. And he said it's nothing close to, it's nothing, you can't equal it with Argentina beating France at the 2022 World Cup in Qatar to pick the trophy, the first of its kind for Argentine legend Lionel Messi. So, but let's trace it to where this debacle happened, where it all started. Yes, during the World Cup, there was this show of, how should I say, show of shame? Okay, maybe not show of shame, depending on the angle you're looking at it, but there was this, chaos, seemingly chaos between Argentina and France at the World Cup after Argentina defeated them to win. Nobody will quickly forget the infamous celebration and body languages and body movement of Argentine goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez, and how it was heavily criticized and all of that. And then afterwards, it became very serious. Even more, the tension became more heightened after Argentina won the Copa America, where they sang songs described, or songs that have been tagged a racist song, criticizing and maybe you could say being condescending to the heritage of African, European, French players, if that really makes sense. So that was when the tension became very heightened. And when Argentina played Morocco won that match. It was chaotic. It was what's the other word? In fact, it was a show of disorganization, because in the end, Argentina equalized, thought they've gotten the equalizer, and that may have infuriated the fans, majority of them, who would want Morocco to win, of course, because of the Argentina issue after they won the Copa America. There were, an invasion. There were objects being thrown onto the pitch. And so that match had to be called off. 2 hours later, they returned to complete the remaining 3 minutes of the match. And there was a video assistant referee check that ruled out, I think that was Medina who scored that goal, ruled out Medina's goal, and Morocco won that one 2-1. So anything that Argentina is doing at the Olympics in football, at least so far, there is always that row against the Argentina side. So football will pitch them head to head and say, come and show yourself here. And that was at the quarterfinal, Argentina-France. France won, the home side, but there was heavy boo, and then there was that scuffle between the players and all. So we are tracing this back to where it all began. Primarily will be the World Cup, but let's look at what happened at the Copa America after they won. That song that was sung was criticizing, or it's a mocking African players in the French national team. Make that the French players of African heritage. That was practically mocking them. But let's go back to 2018 when France won the World Cup. Were you part of those that celebrated Africa United, Henry?
That celebrated France winning the World Cup.
Yep, Africa United. What kind of sound is that?
Truth be told, I wanted Croatia to win that World Cup final, so I would like from where I am.
Okay. But let me not put you on the spot, but we could recall that it was a celebration in Africa.
Yeah, true.
Because many of those players
90%
are of African descent.
No, for
Antoine Griezmann may be out, but many of them.
Yeah, most of them, Antoine Griezmann, Hugo Lloris, Olivier Giroud, those weren't of African descent.
So now, what exactly did Argentina sing? What did they sing in that song? What's that Enzo Fernandez became the scapegoat for?
Paraphrasing, they are not French. Their parents are African. Their mother is from Nigeria. Their father is from Cameroon.
so if Africans at that period of time celebrated that Africa has won the World Cup, it was everywhere on social media. Many persons, school of thought, Africa has won the World Cup.
Yeah.
Why is this now being tagged racist? Is it because it's coming from Argentina?
See,
because if you look into the lyrics of what they sang, was there a racist slur?
Reliance. I can take a black man telling me about my color, but I cannot take a white man telling me about my color. Nobody will take that.
So if a black man tells you about your color, it's not racist.
I'm not saying the same race.
The same race, yeah.
So the same race. So if you tell me, like now, those maybe somebody who hasn't really seen me in person will not know I'm a very dark person. So you can't tell me, oh boy, you black, like that kind of statement.
I tell me that a lot.
Yes, over-reliance is very dark, and I've been used to that since I was.
By the way, I'm not the very dark black man.
It's like Reliance calling Henry dark.
I'm not the very dark black man. VDM. I'm not him. I'm reliable.
Yes. So I mean, I've been used to that since I was small, but it's people of the same color that are telling me that, and we laugh and joke about it. But Reliance, if a white person comes and tells you, you black, your face will change. Like, it will totally change. It's like bringing years of stories if we told about slavery and a lot of this. It's just like bringing up all those emotions up again. And it's something you have to be very careful. And same way as for us, like making jest of their complexion in public or in front of them. It's not the right thing going both ways. It's not the right thing. So as much as possible, even if the person's father or mother is French or is Cameroonian or Beninois or Nigerian or whatever or wherever they came from, they were born in France and they've taken up a French passport, so they are French. They are French people or citizens of Cameroonian heritage. They are French citizens of Nigerian heritage, of Beninois heritage. Are you telling me everybody in the Argentine national team is actually Argentine? Garnacho is Spanish, but one of his parents is Argentine, so he can go and play for Argentina, and that's why he plays for Argentina. Some of them in there that played for Argentina, Valentin Carboni, that was part of the squad, is actually Italian. There are a lot of Argentines of Italian descent. So why won't we go and sing, okay, you won the World Cup, you're not Argentines, your parents are Italians or they're Spanish? So I mean, when you look, but truth be told, I think it was going too far. It was you being racial or making fun of the fact that either France cannot do anything without those people, which probably a lot of people might attest to or not want to attest to, or for the fact that you're making jest of the fact that they are not French, but they are French. They have French passports. They are wearing the jersey of the French national team, so they are French. Simple and short. So you can't say otherwise. You can't. If I have more than one or two passports now, if I have up to two passports now, and I decide, let's say I have a Nigerian passport and a British or a German or a French or an American passport, and I decide to drop my Nigerian passport, I've dropped my Nigerian passport. I'm totally the other citizen. I've taken up the defining factor of your citizenship globally is your passport. So the one I'm holding, even if I have a Nigerian passport, I have a British passport. The moment I leave the shores of this country and I'm using my British passport anyway, I'm a British citizen in that place. I'm not a Nigerian citizen, I'm a British citizen of Nigerian descent.
Okay.
So
wisdom.
So
you're dropping wisdom.
That is the fact. And I think Argentines went too far. It's been years. We've had black players. Yes, before there weren't many in the French national team, but it's been years. The likes of Henry and Co, Claude Makalele, Desailly, they weren't from Ghana, but they gave France a World Cup. We've had players of different origins. Trezeguet was Argentine, but he played for France. So we've had players of different origins over the years play for France. It's not the first time. So I don't understand why you want to make a big deal or big fuss or make fun of it. So I think it was going too far for me for Argentina. And moreover, please, it was the Copa America, not the World Cup, and you didn't beat France. I don't know why France had to come into the whole talk or the whole celebration and taunting at that point in time.
All right. Ovie, let's say an Argentine pundit is sitting right where you are, all right, and is talking about the French national team, and in his analysis, it's like, okay, so Chouameni, a good player, has heritage in his father is Ghanaian, the mother is French, and so he has been a good player, has contributed 20 goals. And then you also want to look at Valverde. By the way, I'm not stating facts here, okay? So I'm just using instances. Also want to look at Valverde. I mean, another good midfielder, very contributive at Real Madrid. His father is actually from, Cote d'Ivoire, for instance, and his mother is France, So you look at this, a good replica of them, they are players who have one or two of their parents, from one African country. And let me give you another instance. For instance, Eduardo Camavingo, his father is from Congo, and then he's making analysis on the show. And then, but you look at them as a bunch, they're good. They've been playing for some years now for France. They've been able to win the World Cup and all of that and all of that and all of that and all of that. Would that be tagged being racist?
Yes, because I do not know why you're analyzing that aspect of the show. If I'm the Argentine pundit and the question is being thrown at me, why am I going for their heritage and their background? I'm going for what they achieved in the World Cup. He played for France, he played for Real Madrid, and why you now start stating that this person is African, this person is this one? So that's racist. For me, that's racist because I don't see why your pundit.
What if the duration of the conversation mandated, or for you, see, in analysis, we do in analysis, we make points, we drop points, we state facts.
Those are facts.
We state facts.
So,
in the light of the conversation.
It is when the conversation draws to that point, especially when the person on the first seat drives the conversation towards that point. If the conversation is not driven towards that point, you have no reason talking about that.
Now, let me also add this. Remember, when we're analyzing, we equally inform the people.
Yes.
For instance, Henry just mentioned Trezeguet, Argentina played for France.
Yeah.
He mentioned
Garnacho,
Spanish Argentina.
Yeah.
He's informing the public. So someone who didn't know before will now know. So Alejandro Garnacho, for instance, when he said it, this is the first thing that came into my head when he said Alejandro Garnacho is Spanish and plays for Argentina. Do you know the first thing that came to my head? Maybe now why the guy defined Ronaldo so like. He's informing the public. So what if in that light he was practically informing the public? How do you justify tagging that racist?
If he's informing the public, especially because we saw the conversation before he got there, it was justified about Henry, talking about those about all of them, because he was informing us based on what we discussed previously. But if the conversation is driven that way, then you can say yes, it is justified. He's giving you information and all. But if it is not driven towards that side, you have no reason to talk. You want to give information, yes, give information about it, but you don't start picking each and every one of them and start saying, no, this one is African, this one. Then you now leave Griezmann because he has Portuguese descent, he's still white. Leave him. Jump to Camavinga.
But you can actually add. Let's say, for instance, Portuguese. Let's say you can actually add Antoine Griezmann.
Yeah, you can add.
But like a cover, even if you wanted to be racial, you can equally add Griezmann. But like a cover,
as a cover. As a cover. But people know what. It's if you're able to read the surface meaning, and if you're able to read what is lying under the underlying meaning. The surface meaning, they think that, okay, yes, he's just giving us information. But people that have known the events that transpired before that will know, okay, yes, this is what's going on, this is what's happening. Why is he mentioning that? That is the underlying meaning. But the surface meaning, you say he's just giving information and all. But for me, if the conversation drives toward that aspect, then it is not racist. But if it does not, yes, give the information you want, but you don't have to now start picking telling us about their whole background. He was born in this place in Cameroon. His mother left cross the border and this thing. Why are you telling us all those ones? We do not need all those
these
ones.
are facts.
If you want to,
these are facts.
Those
are add them to your analysis.
Those are not facts again to the story. These are not facts again to what is being discussed. Now you are trying to give us a autobiography. Now you're trying to give us something like that.
Relax. When this talk came up, it was more about, okay, see what France did with players of African heritage. So it's from here these players are actually going from. Their families are moving there and they are working with them and see what they did. They won the World Cup. They are doing so well. So the talk then was, Africa, we are slacking. These are the heritages of these people. This is the homeland of these people. Technically, this is where they originated from. So if they can go there and do this, we need to put our own house in order to be able to do same and also push at the global stage. That was just the talk. Nobody even started saying that or questioning that France are stealing these players. It was about these people migrated. Don't mind that migration laws are so difficult or stringent nowadays. Migration has been a major part of human existence over the centuries. Over the centuries, migration has been a major part of human existence. I mean, some people where you're from, they'll tell you that your tribe or your place migrated from here to here and settled and all that sort of thing. It's normal. It's something that's been part of history right from time. So
that is the point, Henry. That is the point I was trying to make to VA. I was trying to make VA to see. That's the point, Henry. Now, this discussion. Henry, this discussion wasn't centered on migration. But you brought in migration to make a point. So whatever a pundit sits, the discussion was not centered on their heritage, but he brought in their heritage. Pick one of 5, 6, 7 as a. How do you tell their races?
Realize it's what I would say or target is like, let's say your people originated from Egypt. Now realize, does that make you Egyptian? It doesn't make you Egyptian. You're still Nigeria at the end of the day. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Like this, hold on. Like this, that's the way you talk.
You want me to think of?
I think I feel reasonable.
So I mean, that's the point I'm trying to make. So those people, their families are first generation. Their parents are first generation immigrants. They are second generation immigrants and first generation citizens. A lot of people might not understand that concept or what I'm about to say or what I'm trying to say. Technically, what I'm trying to say is that those children, their parents can vie for almost any position politically, barring being a president or a very, like when I say president, vice president of a country, but their children can. Their children can, because they are first generation citizens and second generation immigrants.
Yeah.
So a lot of people, these citizenship laws are clear. They are French. It's as simple as that. Yes, when you're bringing up heritage, for me, the part of bringing up heritage has to point to the fact that you're telling African countries, you're slacking. Do your work. The few percentage of the population that left and have gone there, see what they are making or what they are doing for themselves when giving the proper pedestal to climb on and to move to the top. So if you give the larger population that is still in your country the chance to do something or the environment, then you will do as good as them or better than them. So I think if you start bringing that based on the fact that the World Cup start saying Mbappe is Cameroonian, then I mean you're just making a big fuss about the whole thing. It's French.
I'm making an analysis. Benjamin, let's have your thoughts. I have a question for you anyways, but let's have a thought.
Yeah, well, Reliance, I think I'm not supporting what Argentine did, but let's look at it this way. Don't you think maybe, just maybe, the Argentine are actually sending a message to the African continent? You can do this. With your players, the French national team have won the World Cup. They've won the Euros. Don't you think you can actually put a team together? If you believe in yourself, you put your house together, you can actually win these big tournaments. So probably, when things happen, I actually look at the two sides of the coin. That's me for you. Probably, I look at it this way. Yes, a lot of people hands are actually pointing to the fact that yes, a racist, chance and all that. But I look at it this way. Probably they are trying to send a message across to Africa. Yeah, Jose Mourinho have said it before, like that. He wished that FIFA would ban African players from going to play for other European countries or other countries of, parental origin or immigration, whatever, so that
Africa can develop.
They can develop. And in as much as I don't buy the idea of Jose Mourinho, but I think that Argentina are actually sending a message to Africa.
Now the question is, why choose that period to send the message? That's one. Two, when I say that period or that moment to send the message, it's because there was no connection to what you did, what was happening that time to the message you are sending. That's one. Two, why send a message in such manner? If you can come to make a suggestion to me, right? And tell me, okay, if you do this, if you do this, if you do this, if you do that, it's going to work out for you very well. But if you come like Oh, there's a name I wanted to mention, but that's gonna be misunderstood. So let me not mention his name. He's not Nigerian, anyways. So if you become like a dictator, there's every tendency of me resisting your suggestion, even if it was the best. It's inherent in human. So don't you think the approach of sending that message equally matters?
Yeah, I think if you're communicating to somebody, the manner at which you communicate becomes a problem. You might have a good case, but the manner at which you present that case can make you become can make you jailed, or can make you become a bad person. Yeah, I can decide to say, okay, there's a fly on your head. An elder tell her that there's a fly on your head. The man refuses, and I slap the elder's head to kill the fly, and I miss the fly. It becomes a problem. How then do you tell that elder that there was a fly on your head?
You can explain that.
So at that point in time, you don't have evidence that there was a fly on his head. So it becomes a problem. So I think, well, like I said, it's like me having a connection with Ghanaian heritage. Mm-hmm. Now you come to the studio. We all seated here, and you say,
"Oh yeah, I should have used him as an example. I forgot." Why did I use you?
You come and tell me, not the suffer. Say you black. Nigeria suffer past Ghanaians. It becomes I get angry at that point in time, because I see us as brothers and neighbors. So why use my problem against me? It becomes a problem. But at that point in time, I think the Argentina are actually trying to get to the French national team.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's it. So I think they're trying to get to the French national team, passing the message that you can't do it with your players.
Yeah.
You can't do it without these African players.
So
the players in that team are actually too.
Probably that wasn't from the understanding of what you just stated. The other way to understand that could be they were not taunting those players in the team.
Exactly.
They were taunting the original France
players
as a country.
Yes, exactly. So I think it's been misunderstood. I'm not supporting the Argentine national team, but I think it's been misunderstood because.
So why is people down here? Because that's my major question. Henry attempted an answer at it. Why are people down here now getting involved, now getting part of it? The same people that celebrated Africa United has won the World Cup in 2018 are now up against Argentina and all of that, and calling for Enzo Fernandez's head and all of that because he stated the obvious. He actually stated facts in that song. Why are that? I mean, somebody said that's hypocrisy.
Well, it's like just like Henry have said, it's like a Nigerian telling a Nigerian that oh boy, they suffer with this. They suffer. Yes, it's not painful.
And Nigerians are actually suffering.
Yes, it's a fact.
Yeah.
But when a white man comes and tell you you're suffering in this country, then damn, the white man treats you anyhow, and they pain you past because now your country. So it's painful.
All right. Let's know what you think about the subject matter being discussed thus far. 0701-933-996. So I just realized I did not read out the feedback platforms when we started. Apologies for that. And time checked in the studio, it's a minute gone past the hour of 2 o'clock. We've been having this conversation. So you can use the SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701-933-996 to let us know your thoughts regarding what we've discussed so far. I don't know if you saw the quarterfinal clash between Argentina and France and the aftermath of it, but it's what it is. That's what brought this conversation. If Africa could celebrate Africa United in 2018 when France won the World Cup, why are people now being pained that Argentina and the players sang what could be tagged the obvious? Why should that be the case? Let's know what you think. Don't you think they were sending a message just like Benjamin mentioned? Gifts. Where do you stand in all of this? All right. What justify, when they were actually stating the obvious, what justify it being tough racism?
Actually, we see, unlike my colleagues here have been saying it, that Argentina did something actually bad, except for the fact that they're trying to send the message, but in the wrong approach. But you see, the African side, Mario Balotelli once said that if African players can build stadiums in our country and the players come around and play football in Africa here, we can build bigger stadium more than the Emirates, the Camp Nou, and so on. That we can make African League bigger than maybe the European League and so on. And this message actually is based on trying to see how the African descent can grow up from trying to be like the whites and stand on their own, try to make things for themselves instead of running over there. As we see, for example, we see how Paul Pogba during the 2018 World Cup, his role there was so important.
Imagine which country is that? That should be is it Togo? No, Paul Pogba. Guinea. Imagine Guinea boasts of Paul Pogba in that team.
Yes, you saw how it happened.
And Cameroon boasts of Kylian
Mbappe too. These two, this 2022 World Cup that just passed, I was thinking, had it been Paul Pogba was there, maybe it would have been very tough for the Argentines to clinch that one again.
Yeah.
But the truth is, if, for example, what Jose Mourinho has said, that if our African players can stop representing a foreign nation and go back to their country and represent that, it will be better. And I truly support that, because if these black players do not play for these foreign countries, you see, they can barely do it alone. As we are seeing currently, how Morocco is trying to see how they can, in fact, trying to get a.
They are in the semis of the Olympic,
Exactly, but my own stand is that I don't support racism.
Okay.
I don't support racism. Like you see, during the time when Chelsea was signing African players, before that players started signing African players, that was one of the reasons why major Africans
supported Chelsea.
Yes, started funding Chelsea and a whole lot of people. And that's one thing we all believe in. Not we all, but majority of us believe in that. Racism isn't good, especially when it comes to football. We all are one, and
all right,
we stand for each other.
Stand for unity.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's one thing for me.
All right, let's know what you think. The SMS and WhatsApp portal is there for your reactions. 0701-933-9962. The phone lines blinking. We will open them in due course. Not so far away anymore. For you to share your thoughts, for those that want to talk, and for those that are good typing, you can drop the messages for now via our SMS and WhatsApp portal. Let's talk about Thierry Henry a little bit, guys. On the flip side, let's look at Thierry Henry a bit before we look at Robert Lewandowski. He has made a statement, and we're going to look at that statement and what it implies for football going forward. Do not forget that the 2024/2025 season will have an expanded UEFA Champions League. We can't wait for it to start, but the players can't wait for it to start, if you understand what I'm talking about. So Thierry Henry today, 1999, from Juventus, £11 million, went on to become a legend in the Premier League and a Hall of Famer. 25 years down the line, he has led his country's Olympics team to the semi-final, and he remains, when you hear that word, and still in boxing or any combat sport, just know that the defending champion just won. But he is not a defending, in fact, make that a defending champion technically, because he is still the only Premier League player, or the only player in the Premier League to have scored 20 plus goals and 20 plus assists in the same season. Thierry Henry. I'm tempted to ask Benjamin, is Henry the all-time greatest Arsenal has ever seen?
Dum, 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 dum. Well, Thierry Henry, top signing from Monaco, to Arsenal. From Juventus to Arsenal, quite a great guy. At some point, the Arsenal faithful call him Igwe because of the way he scores, and he scored a couple of goals, Hall of Famer for the Premier League, and the man has, showed that he can't really. It's not about playing football. He can go on to be a good manager, in terms of football, and it's not really been rosy before now. Yeah, the man was an assistant coach under Roberto Martinez for Belgium side and Belgium national team, and at some point he went to Monaco, coached for Monaco, but it didn't work out. So now with the French Olympic national.
John would say he has started where he was supposed to start from.
French, yeah, I think of course I'm part of those people that
let's not go into that. Let's stick with this.
Greatest? It's my opinion. I think I'm getting to your question. So I think I'm part of those people that want, if you are actually getting to start coaching career as an ex-footballer, you need to start from the younger team so that you can get that little experience before going into the big team. Thierry Henry have showed that, but the truth is, for me, I think he's part of those great players, in as much as he scored goals. But you look at that Arsenal team, you've got the likes of couple of guys in the attack, Dennis Bergkamp. You've got Robert Pires, what's his name? Antonio Reyes, late Antonio Reyes. Yeah, a couple of players. But I think for Arsenal, Thierry Henry is arguably the greatest player Arsenal have ever produced. Yeah, you could say in the 60s and the 70s there are a couple of players, but I think in modern era, for me, I would say in modern era, Thierry Henry is arguably the best player Arsenal have ever produced. In terms of, you can see his achievement in terms of goals. He was part of that team, the invisible team. Yeah, the man, 20 plus goals in a season, 20 plus assists. I think, come on, how many players can actually do this in modern football? So I think the man is arguably the greatest player Arsenal have produced in modern era for me.
Why are you arguing it?
I have to say arguably.
Goal scorer. He second is actually Ian Wright. So I mean, so that tells you a lot about the man. So Thierry Henry, greatest player ever in an Arsenal shirt. I think it's unarguable. At least the football we've watched. Because you ask yourself, there are very few players that came. Or you want to look at and say that will come close. You have to say Marco Vermas did well with Arsenal, but it still doesn't come close. Pires did well, doesn't come close. Patrick Vieira did very well with Arsenal, doesn't go. Ray Powell, Tony Adams, you can go on and mention names that actually did well with Arsenal, but the fact is, it's Thierry Henry. There's a reason why he scored Igwe, and there's a reason why he's probably and arguably Arsenal's most respected player globally to have played during the Premier League era. His goals were important. I mean, at a point, he even was the Arsenal player that was closest to actually winning Ballon d'Or and World Footballer of the Year title. So that just shows the sort of quality the man possessed. Like, he was unrivaled. At that point, you could say he was the best striker in the English Premier League at that point in time. Very few could come close. Very few, maybe like Ruud van Nistelrooy. But I still don't even rate Ruud even close to Henry.
No, I think...
I don't rate Ruud very close to Henry at this point in time. And frankly, yes, as much as he was a good striker and all.
Yeah, but you could argue that the former Blackburn player,
Alan Shearer was also another striker during that period. But you won't say like, maybe Henry came towards...
Yeah, when Alan Shearer was actually winding down.
99 to that was 1999 to was it 2000? Henry actually came to Arsenal. So I mean,
I think then rather the strikers that were actually on board were the likes of what's his name, Andy Cole. Andy Cole
was there. But Andy Cole had almost like Andy Cole was even past it at that point in time. Truth be told, so for Thierry Henry, you look at him and you ask yourself, which Arsenal player comes close? At least in this modern era, since football has been on cable TV, and a lot of people have gotten a chance to see it. No one comes close. No one comes anywhere close. Is it okay after the Henry Vieira era? Then you want to start looking at the present generation? Nobody comes close in the present generation. So for Henry, it's I think it's fact. It's almost like fact. Let me not say it's fact. It's almost like fact that Henry is the greatest player Arsenal has ever produced or that has ever played for Arsenal.
Okay, so let's know what you think. Is Thierry Henry the all-time greatest in the Arsenal shirt? Is the SMS on WhatsApp portal. Today marks 25 years after he was signed as a gunner. I don't know whether it's sounding somehow in my head. A gunner. It's also the other gunner. The other gunner. But yeah.
I want a gunner.
But what do you guys place Ian Wright?
I think Thierry Henry above Ian Wright for me, because Ian Wright didn't win the Invisible with Arsenal.
No, he had left.
He had left. So I think that's capped Thierry Henry up way above Ian Wright for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll open the phone lines now. Take a few calls. Go back to the conversation. Stay right there. 0817 000951 0810 9510951. So we are discussing about Thierry Henry, and then we're also talking about the debacle between Argentina and the French national team. What do you make of it? It was chaotic when France won Argentina by a single goal to progress to the semi-finals of the ongoing football event of the Olympics Paris 2024. So what do you make of that? And I'm asking if Africa could celebrate Africa United when France won the World Cup in 2018, because many of the players do have African heritage. Why are people picking offense with the song that was sung, or should I say the chant, by Enzo Fernandez and his crew, so to speak? So let me know what you think. SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 93399. So for Arsenal people, would you consider Thierry Henry as the greatest of all time in the Arsenal shirt? Okay. So let's talk. A few calls. We'll go back to the conversation. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Eito from Roma Hollow, go ahead.
Thank you. Greetings to the house.
Let me answer on their behalf. They are busy scratching their heads.
Thank you. Reliance.
Yes, please.
If Argentina always looking for trouble, looking for whom they will point fingers on, what do they talk about their brothers, their neighboring brothers, which is Brazil? Why?
They are not neighbors, so.
They are boundary neighbors, you know.
You mean Argentina and who?
Brazil, I'm talking about.
Okay, oh, Brazil. Okay, yeah. I thought you mean Argentina and France.
No. So what are they going to say about those people? They are the same thing. Those people won the World Cup. So many players that won the World Cup for Brazil. Many of them are black. They are Africans. So what are they saying? They should relax. I don't know. Every time Argentina will be causing trouble and nobody will sanction them. Every time I pray that is the Enzo Fernandez case, that they should sanction that guy. At least this you should not see football to kick.
Is your Chelsea player? Is your player? Have you forgotten?
What are you saying? Have you seen the absence of Enzo Fernandez on Chelsea this ending of the season? You see what Chelsea so much performing well.
All right.
That team. So as long as I'm concerned, he's meaningless on the Chelsea team for now. Then they should relax. Every time Argentina, I'm not even see anything that will punch them. Fight them man to man.
Okay, nobody's going to punch them. No violence, please. Thank you very much.
Okay. One game.
Football without violence.
So as long as I'm concerned, those guys should rest and relax. After France winning using African heritage to win, it's a good one. Since we don't have our own, we don't have all the takes to be like them.
Yeah, the resources. We don't have the resources to build these players. They can be built elsewhere.
No, don't talk about the resources, my brother. The resources that Africa has is more than what so many of these European countries have. We have that resources, but the issue of how can we be able to capitalize to make that resources become what Europeans make use of it? How to make use of it? Our own is all about looting. If at all we can make a good use of it, we are being like them, and our player would have been here. Okay, look at the case of MPFL. Everybody that wants to just play a case of the season, they want to jump up, want to go there and play outside the country because of the poor management of the nations. So as long as I'm concerned, they should relax and let the people hear what Argentina always. What is all about it?
All right, Eto.
All
right, Eto. Thank you. Appreciate your reaction. 95.1 Today Sports Live.
Reliance, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's your name?
Amos, Barcelona legend.
Okay, Barcelona legend, Amos.
Yes, Thierry Henry been the greatest player ever Arsenal has ever had. See, in fact, if there is anything like more than 100%, I completely agree with you people. Henry and Benjamin, what they said, because I watched him. Henry is a guy I watched a lot. Then, both Man United, Blackburn Rovers, Arsenal, Chelsea, I watched those teams then. In the early 90s, 91, 90, the EPL era. Okay? But I won't say he's just the greatest ever on Arsenal's shirt. Arguably, in the EPL, even in the EPL,
wow.
Maybe apart from maybe someone like Alan Shearer,
wow,
or maybe Wayne Rooney. In fact, no, he's even ahead of Wayne Rooney. Ahead of. I cannot even compare him to Alan. He's even far ahead of Alan.
Realize, Barcelona legend? Do you realize you just said that Thierry Henry is, let me put the word arguably because you consented to it, is arguably the greatest player in the English Premier League history?
Yes.
Do you realize how enormous that is?
Yes, now because whoever doubts me, the person should tell me who is better than him.
Okay.
But I can say maybe the likes of Aguero, not that arguably, you understand, but if I mention best 5 players ever, best 5 players or best 3 players ever that ever played in the EPL era, you should be among. I didn't know that of Bobby Charlton, I didn't watch that guy. But from Alan Shearer to Robbie Fowler to Michael Owen and Nicole Drake, I watched all of them. I watched them a lot. Those guys, I watched them. So Henry, not just Arsenal. And by the way, don't be comparing present Arsenal player to Patrick Vieira. Okay?
Nobody did that comparison. Barcelona legend, no confine trouble.
In the world, even in the world, I don't even see a defensive midfielder that is as good as Patrick Vieira.
Okay,
I don't see currently nobody even come close to Patrick Vieira.
Okay.
So, players no day now again. Players no day.
That's a discussion we'll have someday. No. Someday we'll have that conversation.
No players no day. Players no day.
Yeah. One of these weekends we do have that conversation. Thank you very much, Amos. Appreciate you. Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live it is.
Good afternoon.
Yes, please. What's your name?
Yeah, no matter where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you are Africano. Whether you come from whether you come from South America, you are an African.
You are an African.
My name is Delaware.
I might not get the rhythm of that song, but I sure know that song.
You are breaking, but let me just tell you something.
I'm not breaking. It's the network that's breaking. I know they do break dance. Go ahead, Delaware. Don't mind me.
I know they hear you have a reply, but let me just tell you something. You see these white guys, they are very far away ahead of us, when they want to use us, they use us properly. And instead of using us, if we decide to misbehave, they will call you African immigrants. Just like when Saka lost a penalty when England they played Euro. You know what? I think you see how the social media was involved. We are.
West, we could hear you clearly, although you said the network was breaking on my part, but we heard you audibly, so you could do well to call back if you were not done with your contribution. We can still take a couple of calls before we move to the next subject matter to be discussed, so do well to call back if you can. 0817 0000951 0810 9510 951. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there as well. It's a single portal it's single for both channels. 0701 933 9962. I'm asking, is Thierry Henry the greatest ever produced by Arsenal, and Amos, who called some minutes ago, has extended it to the Premier League that he's the greatest ever in the Premier League history. Let's know what you think about that. Back to the phone lines. Good afternoon.
Please wait to call back for Roma.
Okay.
But let me talk about the thing of the
Okay.
So it says that in the community of blind people, when I'm if you measure any player that is doing well, personally, I measure them on the trophy, not on the goal scoring and the whatever, which is not relevant for now. So, if Terry Henry was that good, although it was good based on what you guys are saying in Arsenal, it was never good in Premiership. In that particular year, people were busy winning Champions League, otherwise, Premier League back to back and making them to themselves. And you are just winning only one Premier League and the rest. Nobody should compare him with the Premier League. Just put him in Arsenal. Fine and good, and will be accepted. But when somebody decides to take him away from Arsenal and be measuring him to the Premier League, is it proper? So as long as I'm concerned, he was doing well with Arsenal. If you want to measure a good player, measure him with his trophy on his own cabinet. That is how you measure a good player. As for me, Terry Henry was just like an average player in an average team. He found himself in a team where there's nobody like him. He has to shine and make his name. So he wasn't a big player for Premier League as for me. So that is how I look at it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Disagrees. 82. 95.1 FM Today Sports Life.
Relax. I am sorry to call back.
It's okay to call back.
I'm not trying to respond, but it's a mistake when people say Henry just stayed in the Arsenal to win it here. It's a lie. He won the Champions League. Didn't he go to Barcelona to win the Champions League? Didn't he win the World Cup? Why are we forgetting easily?
Well, now these things may not count because the context is the Premier League. So if you want the Champions League with Barcelona, when we discuss Barcelona, then we'll have that conversation. But he didn't win the Champions League with Arsenal, did he?
He didn't win the Champions League with Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
But mind you, we are making, like as you said, in context. For instance, now, somebody like Alan Shearer, I don't think he won the Champions League. I don't think so. I don't think he won Champions League. Will you say because he didn't win Champions League, somebody like Michael Owen or Wayne Rooney that won the Champions League was better than Alan Shearer? Wayne Rooney doesn't come close to Alan Shearer. It doesn't come close. So you understand? So if he say he didn't win the Champions League with Arsenal, but he came close to winning it. He won the World Cup while being in Arsenal. He left Arsenal. He went to Barcelona to still win the Champions League. So it was not just EPL. Me, I'm not a fan of Henry. I'm not Henry, but I'm a fan of somebody who supports good football. But telling me he couldn't win the Champions League, it's not correct. He won the Champions League.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't know. I didn't hear Eto say that though. If he had said it, he said it in the context of Arsenal. We can hear you loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Sammy from Choba.
All right, Sammy.
Sometimes when we listen to radio and we hear people talk, you have a very clear message that some people have actually not been seeing football for some time now. Most people who started watching football from this Messi and Ronaldo saga. How can somebody come on air who claims to be a football fan and call Thierry Henry average player? That's sacrilege. That's football sacrilege. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
That's football sacrilege. I'm telling you the truth. Some things that I should not be even allowed to be said in football. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not an Arsenal fan, not a Thierry Henry fan, but I've been watching football for quite a while. For someone to come on air and call him an average player, playing an average team, Thierry Henry, it's comedy to me. Someone who at his peak of his game has led us now to the pinnacle of the game in Premier League. Like you say, earlier said, in the context of Premier League. In the context of Premier League, Thierry Henry was the man behind the invincible run from Arsenal. Thierry Henry was also part of the team that won the FA Cup, won the Premier League with Arsenal, took Arsenal to Champions League final. He single-handedly sacked Real Madrid in the final of that Champions League. I could remember vividly. Thierry Henry, a beast in football. Someone is coming on air to call Henry an average player. If you don't know a player, don't just call and talk about him. Honestly, some things are just very funny. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you very much for dropping by to air your contribution. I said I wanted to take a few calls, but I think I can still squeeze in some before I move to the next subject matter. That was line 1. Let me go to 2 now. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, Relia.
Yes, please. What's your name?
I greet you.
Greetings to you.
You know.
Okay, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Sorry. Bobo from my trade.
Bobo.
Let's get something straight.
Please, let's get it straight.
Let's get it straight.
Yes,
we are discussing the person of Thierry Henry. That's the discussion. I understand you are discussing. The person of Thierry Henry, not the entity he was representing. I don't know that I'm making a point here.
You're making a point here.
Beautiful. Now, the person of Thierry Henry. Now, who is Thierry Henry? He's a man being inducted in the Hall of Fame, the Premier League Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And I don't think I stand to be corrected. Do they just induct anybody into that Hall of Fame?
No, they don't.
Beautiful. Now, that's the reason. Now, this man is synonymous with Arsenal. Why? It's because there was where, in fact, to me, it's true he won his Champions League because that was what maybe counted as one of the things that elevated his status as in, now, your trophy cabinet and stuff, which is part of it. But in Arsenal, this man was not just a striker. The way the man scores his goals, everything. I pity for this generation. Sorry to say, I'm not insulting anybody, but I pity for this generation. Why is that? Nobody wants to make use of his head again. We are discussing football somewhere.
Okay, so you're not going to sound like that. It doesn't. Hold on. We are together. Okay. I'm just saying. I'm not just saying. I'm saying that you wouldn't say sorry, but you are stupid. It actually means the person is stupid. You've said that the person is stupid.
That's not the point.
So don't sound like that.
Where I'm coming is that when we are small, from our neighborhood, anybody who grows in job, won't have some argument, like one wants to argue, like more go school, let's use our brains. You understand me? Today, the phone has just made us stupid. I'm just telling you, including me here. The phone now, nobody wants to study, nobody wants to know. Everybody phone. I think just somebody, just a small boy, after when was Premier League graduated to, graduated to Premier League and the other thing, he said, let me Google it. You understand me? Let me Google it.
But is there something wrong? Is there something wrong with Googling it?
Must you go? That means you don't want to study everything.
No. But you wouldn't conclude like that because these days, many of those. I am not saying anything. I'm only asking a question for further clarifications. Now, many of those study materials are e-copies.
I know. Baba, when granite no the chop stone. When granite no the chop stone.
Abina.
Now, that is where I'm coming from. When granite no be, we know the chop stone.
Okay.
So what I mean is that before the phone came, we've been doing research. We've been putting things downloading our brain. So where I'm coming from is that when some of them, ask any of them who wants to discuss this matter, ask them when they started getting acquainted with that league. I don't know you're getting maybe which year he started to watch ball. You will see it was just because of what he read. It's not because of what he knew. There's different things. You see that what you knew, you knew about this thing and what you read. Then tell me, my papa tell me, and I witnessed them. It's a different thing here, and that is the problem I'm seeing from some. How can somebody look a person of Thierry Henry who won the Premier League, FA Cups, World Cup, Europa League, or the European Nations League now, as a nation, In fact, he has attended almost everything, and he's not a fluke. He is an inside. In fact, he's a main cast. No. Even as somebody just said Alan Shearer, you can't even compare Rooney to Alan Shearer.
Okay.
I'm telling you can't even compare. But for me, I'm my kind of person. I look at impact. What was the impact? Is this man a main cast or just a passerby in the field? Let's tell you how there was a main cast, not a main cast alone. He's a skipper. Just no. All those children will stop to watch ball. No.
All right, wrap it up for
from
us.
Monaco to Juventus, from Juventus to Arsenal. No. Even when he was in Monaco, our own neighbor was even banking him.
Okay, so you now I understand when you say that we are looking at the entity of. Hold on. You are looking at the entity of Thierry Henry. Good, sound argument, but there is a clause to it. We are looking at the entity of Thierry Henry in subject to the Premier League. So whatever he did at Barcelona, whatever he did at Juventus, Monaco, might not count. Because the question was, is he the all-time greatest Arsenal has ever produced? Arsenal players were in the English Premier League. And somebody called it was Barcelona legend Amos who said, even in the Premier League entirely. So it has to be whatever he did in the Premier League, the impact, as you mentioned, in the Premier League. But wrap it up for us, please.
And I concur.
Okay. All right.
I concur.
Fair enough.
He is.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Let's take this call. Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live. I did not do that. I honestly did not do that. I don't know where that came from. Trust me, I didn't do it. I did not do it. The network did that to you. Okay, so do want to call back if you can. Because of that, I'm going to extend it to a few more calls before we look at the next subject matter, because the network decided to be stubborn there. I'm going to extend it. So 0817 00 00951, 0810 9510 951. The SMS and WhatsApp portal, I can take reactions about this particular conversation. 0701 933 9962. Let me see. So I'm only going to take reactions in light with this. Okay, the WhatsApp portal. Wasiu, you're talking about Zidane. I don't know how it connects. Well, I'll take the reaction later, but it does not exactly connect to what we are discussing, unless you can send me the connection. Hi, today's Sports Life.
Hello.
Hi.
Afternoon, everybody in the studio.
Good afternoon to you. You're trying to cool our temper. Not our temper. You're trying to drop the energy. Why? Are you good? Are you just waking up?
No, I've been falling up. I'm not waking up.
Okay, thank you very much for always being there. So, up the energy a little bit, okay? Thank you. What's your name?
Okay. First of all, my name now Comrade Desire.
This man.
Benjamin, leave here. Calling from Taba. Don't say you understand Pidgin English, because now we can go use.
Use them.
Young choose and the gift that our girls in the studio. Maurice Savi. I just a verse now. Yeah, person so say Terry Henry an average player. Which can't live with that?
Now let him vex. Okay, now let him drop your energy with that.
Now which kind rough play with that? It's very, very rough. Rough play is rough.
Chai.
I beg the person, make him no vex. If not, I go protest. If you talk that thing again, I go protest. Yes, thank you very much. I just listen to one. I just the enjoyment of the go.
Okay, Comrade Desire. So I'll take one more call and then we'll look the switch. Good afternoon. Today's was live.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. I don't want to overthink myself, but is this the person I think he is? I thought as much. Chiku, great to have you. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. I prefer listening these days.
So you've just been listening for the past God knows how many months without calling in?
I always listen. No, I always listen. But there are some arguments I just decided to stick with, like this one. It interested me. I got interested.
Okay, go ahead.
In the context of Arsenal, yes, we the greatest, but I would say in the Premier League, Oh no. See, one thing with football is you score the goals, but if you don't win the trophies, like you won't be counted that much. Frankly speaking, the Messi and the Ronaldos, why we rate them so high? It's because of the trophies. Other players score goals for goodness sake. Lewandowski has been scoring goals for Bayern. For the trophies. So when you put Henry in that contest in an Arsenal, no, now in the Premier League, someone is even saying that Haaland of now, Jesus, see, leave Haaland for 2 more seasons like this, man, continue, you go past Henry. For goodness sake, we look at the trophy, all what will make stand you out when you say the greatest. In the context of Arsenal, nobody will do that one. Like he is. But for the Premier League, no, he didn't win the trophy. He was good. I won't say it's an average player, but no. For me, I say I agree with my fellow Chelsea guy. At the point when he said, when he said in the Premier League, no. That he was an average player, I would say no, he was not. He was good. Like Lewandowski's of this world, but he wasn't that, like, come on, I can call 10 players in Premier League, I would say, he won't call greatest of all. That scored goals and won trophies. Only one season invincible. After then, what next? Call the other season. What were the performance of Arsenal? Don't just score 40 goals and your team, the 40 goals is not taking your team to win trophies now. The Messi and Ronaldo, they are scoring 40, 50, and their teams are winning trophies. So when you score goals, what's the impact on that team that will make your team like go far? So he scored goals. That invincible, that season was perfect. He did well. But after the other season, what was his rating? What was the Arsenal position or even the Champions League? So those are the general things you will look at, his performance in Arsenal. So for me, no. In the Premier League, he's not the greatest. Even now, there are players. See, I'm even rating Haaland. If Haaland continue like this in the next 3 seasons, highest goal scorer, when winner next season, or this season, will enter next week, winner, and winner another one. I'll rate him over Henry that stayed almost 10 years in Arsenal than him. I'll just say 4 years. Because he has one trophy. He has one Premier League highest goal scorer. He's making impact. He's winning. So that's my take.
All right, Chico. Thank you very much for dropping a hot take. I said that was going to be the last call. Well, I'm tempted to take this one. Let's do it. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody in the city.
Good afternoon to you. What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Comrade Desire.
Oh my!
I hope you understand speaking English because
how do I find you, Comrade Desire?
I'm too good. You are my man now. Why won't you find me? Let me go straight. They want to go to pay me. They talk to pay me. Reliance, Mario Sadio, no very much question. As Ibrahimovic no win Champions League, does it mean? Oh, sorry, as no win World Best, does it mean Ibrahimovic an average player?
Maybe not. Depends on who is arguing.
No matter who they argue or who not they argue, you talk to you man wey sabi. You don't stay in this game for so long. It be like when person say you sabi this thing. You man wey sabi no be wetin you go dey drag. You man wey sabi. You know how they be. You sabi this thing. Talk truth. Ibrahimovic na average player. Then if Ibrahimovic no be average player, why person go get mind? They talk, get mind, call. Say that he na average player. More that thing pay me. I wish I did that thing. Pay me.
Sorry.
There's God, oh.
There's God, my brother. He is in heaven and he's looking at all of us. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry. I the network not. I'm Selaway.
Yeah, okay, Selaway. Wrap it up.
Yeah, when you want to judge a best player, mustn't be a striker, okay? But when you look at holistically, his contribution in Arsenal there, I think that guy is the best bowler Arsenal has ever produced for now since EPL started. I don't think anybody has come nearer. If you are age enough to watch him, see him play. In fact, when you listen to a commentator by running Arsenal at 20 was playing, you enjoy football. I started supporting football, Arsenal, because of Thierry Henry. I'm telling you, the way that goes, in fact, from invisible, impossible, angle, there is a score. So I think he's the best footballer Arsenal has produced. But everybody is entitled to his opinion. The guy who called about Gogo is part of learning. In fact, the ICC has made the learning easier and more for us. So when you see somebody googling, it's also learning. Something you don't know, you Google, you need to learn. You understand? So that is it. They are here to educate and,
entertain.
Advise for young people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Selawes. I think that's it. We'll go back to the phone lines, please. Let's talk this particular one. Now, very hot topic. So let's talk about it because time checked in the studio, it's 18 minutes before the hour of 3 o'clock. And we have further subject matters to discuss why the phone lines are still buzzing. Let's see. Gabe, should I take 4 more calls? Should I take? We did not hear anything. Are you Gift?
Go ahead and entertain calls, please.
I should take 4 more calls.
Yes.
I said 4.
4 more
if you
calls.
If you reach 4, sir.
You can go ahead and take as many.
See as many. See this one. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, guys.
Simon. So it was your call that I was almost not taking.
You take my own.
Simon, don't be selfish. Welcome, brother. Go ahead.
Let me continue where my chairman said talk. So many people that are talking, but I was highly disappointed in my friend. I will mention them because we know ourselves. My friend is it because of testing and that stuff in that it will come out there, spending and hearing and average play. Now, if now those other people of yesterday will say, well, the truth is that Henry, for Arsenal best, there is nobody to compete with him. And if he comes to Premiership best, I will still put him as one of the best. I don't know whether he's the best too. But even if he can't those players that we are thinking that they are above Henry, I don't know why the reason why we even say that they are above Henry. Because this is individual award. You understand? Now, so somebody was saying that he didn't want to win trophy. I don't know, I don't understand what the person means by he did not win trophy. If he doesn't tell me that Henry did not win trophy in Arsenal, maybe he thought that the Arsenal that Henry played was the Arsenal of from 2008, all those as a winger retirement time. When Henry, that is there as Roberto Pires, several we thought, although the Arsenal team, apart from Manchester United in England, it's only Manchester United that the Arsenal we are dragging league every season. Either one will win the league or Arsenal will win the league. Before Abramovich came to Chelsea, before Chelsea started doing their own. So what am I trying to say? Nobody will say that Harry have won league. Harry have won a Fed Cup. Harry did not even win league only once. So he did not even win league only once.
He won twice.
So it's only Champions League that Harry did not win.
Yeah, with Arsenal.
Final and Champions League.
Yeah.
Including knocking Real Madrid home and away. I remember the goal Henry scored against Inter Milan. Inter Milan came to Emirates Stadium and gave us, I think, 3-0. And all of us thought that Arsenal were out. But we went there to San Siro, Inter Milan 5-1, Henry scored hat-trick. Henry was the person that we did not win in that day. So the people that are talking that is the people that like what somebody said, people that did not even watch the man play.
Okay.
Before you talk about somebody, just what the quality goals that these guys got from impossible angles. That's why when my chairman said, the way commentators will even rate the goals that Harry scored. The way commentators will shout, there is someone that they say a quality player with an quality goal. That is what you will hear commentators say. So it's not like it's not
all right.
Goal.
All right.
Impossible cases goal. When you talk about impossible cases, when impossible something appears, you find people that have greater power to face impossible cases. That is what we try to get Henry.
Okay,
so
Simon.
He's one of the best at Premiership. I don't know how many people will be busy, even Richella. I don't think that Richella. Rooney that won Champions League, Rooney is not better than Henry. Nestor that won Champions League, he wasn't better than Henry. Drogba that won Champions League wasn't better than Henry. So I don't know people now that we are talking about.
How about Drogba?
Drogba that won Champions League. Henry has 10 seconds as one footballer of the year 2 times. When one footballer of the year we are already hot, When he talk the dead, he talk of Ronaldinho time. All those things. Henry came second in that award.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon.
Yes, please.
Reliable.
Yeah.
You don't pick my call, make a call.
What's your name, please?
Don't call tired.
Egbele.
When's now my turn?
Egbele.
You speak to somebody else.
Egbele.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. What's your name?
Mike.
Mr. Mike.
Longest time.
Okay, go ahead.
Talking of Henry, wow. One of the greatest players I've ever watched in Premier League. The way he scores goals, the way he plays the games, the way he's a wonderful striker for Arsenal. But telling me that he's the greatest in Premier League, I think I would agree with that. Yes, he was wonderful. We watched Dwight York, was a great striker too. Even Aguero was wonderful with Man City. You go and look at his goals. He scores from wonderful goals from impossible angle, outside and inside. What of the Drogba? What he did in Premier League. He doesn't score much goal he's not score much goal like Henry, but he scored some of the vital goals that made Chelsea Chelsea. So I think Henry was wonderful. But saying that he's better than some players, that is the greatest. No, it's not the greatest to me. I think he was wonderful, but not the greatest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mike. Let's complete the number 4. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Ryan. Good afternoon, Harry. Good afternoon, Obi.
Now we are saying the answer. You know what answer you. Mike answer on your behalf. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
My name is Favor. I'm calling for you.
Okay, Favor, go ahead.
Well, straight to the point. For me, as an Arsenal fan, I will not be biased. Harry is our greatest player I've ever produced. For me, the only person that in this modern era, for me, that I think that I can say that I've at least reached maybe at least 5% of what Harry has done since he left. Maybe I will go for a Robin Van Persie. Because if you look at based on the goals and his contribution, Van Persie did a lot for Arsenal. He left for Manchester United. The only thing that was lacking for Van Persie was winning a title, which Harry won in grand style. Then, in the terms of being the greatest...
Favor, I didn't do that. It wasn't me. Benjamin, be careful. It wasn't me. I didn't do that. Isn't it what I did that to you, please? It wasn't me. So I'm looking for that number 4, the 4th caller. So we'll discuss other subject matters, please. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Reliance, good afternoon.
Caller number 4, what's your name?
Yeah, this is Sammy calling back from Chuba.
Sammy, please. You called earlier, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're still going to talk, but for now, I want to take from someone that has not spoken on this matter before, please.
Okay, I just wanted to chip in something.
Okay, let's do it in 20 seconds.
Okay, what I wanted to say is that there was a particular person that called that said that he was going to name 10 players before he even named Thierry Henry. Please, I would challenge him to name those players that are better than Henry.
Okay.
I would challenge him to name those players that are better than Henry in Premier League.
All right.
1992 that was turned to Premier League. So I challenge him to that duel to help me name those 10 players that are better than Thierry Henry.
All right, thank you very much. That was about 30 seconds. Thank you. So, notice. So, because of Sammy called back, I can take one more before we look at the other subject matter as we are seeing the replay of the chaotic incident that ensued after the final whistle of the France 1-0 win over Argentina that saw them progress to the semi-finals of the ongoing football event of the Paris 2024 Olympics. Okay. Let's keep it there. Let's keep it there, guys. Let's move on. Let's talk about other matters. Sammy has thrown a challenge. Oh, I think who said that? I can't. Was it? I think it was Chuku that said that. I can't really place it. But yeah, that's what it is. Let's move on. Let's talk about other subject matters. We'll come back to the phone lines later on. Barcelona forward Robert Lewandowski has expressed concerns over the amount of football being played, adding that he thinks it is contributing to a decline in the quality of games. FIFA on Thursday offered talks with global groups of football leagues and players' unions to end a 3-month deadlock after they threatened legal action over adding to the packed competitions calendar. this season is going to be more tough than before because we have more games in the Champions League. There are the games with the club, but also the national team. So we travel a lot. Lewandowski told ESPN that will be a huge challenge for every club and every player because the expectations are always very high and you play every 2 days and people expect to play every game at the highest level. It's almost impossible to stay on top of your game every game because you don't have time for resting well. You don't have time to be outside of football in your mind. We are human. We are not machines. Probably, in the end, the quality of the games of football will a little bit be going down because of the intensity of the games. Robert Lewandowski gifts. Yeah. Lewandowski. The quality of football will drop because they are playing so many games. The UEFA Champions League has an expanded version, meaning more games next season. There's going to be the expanded FIFA Club World Cup. There's going to be, recently we just saw the increase in number of teams participating in the World Cup. Maybe that one might not really count, but Lewandowski said it's going to be a problem and that will drop the quality of football from next season. Do you agree with him?
Well, I don't see it as quality being dropped. Football has been on for some time. I mean, over the years we kept on seeing new trophies, and people are participating, people are following up, and these new trophies and clubs that are coming up are actually being supported by people, and new players are being discovered. And the truth is, starting from one club, for example, you saw how back in the early 2000s and in the 90s, it was Chelsea, Man U, Liverpool, all these players, all these clubs that have been rolling for some time, and up until new clubs started coming up. I'm not saying, I know most clubs started from way back in the 80s and so on, but people didn't really know about them up until they started getting promotion from other smaller lower leagues to major leagues, and started competing with bigger teams, as we are seeing currently. We see Newcastle is almost getting the recognition it hasn't been getting all this while, and Tottenham too is also among the top clubs that finish at the top spot in this concluded season. And this is how new clubs will be coming up, new players will come up, and then the game of football will be more interesting in the sense that people would then like to buy clubs. Most people will discover talents from grassroots level, and it will become more interesting if, for example, Barcelona discovered Lamine Yamal. For example, you see how Lamine Yamal, he was just 16 years old when he came into the limelight, and he's playing well. If, for example, he didn't get this opportunity from Barcelona, don't you think another club would have discovered him and then bring him up to the top-notch clubs so they can compete, and then people get to know about him?
Okay.
So for me, that's how he's going to. The evolution has been coming up right from back in the days up until now. So getting new clubs, extending more competition, the times and the rules,
all right,
is what makes it more interesting.
So it's going to be more interesting, so says Gifts. But Ovie, are you in that same school of thought that more competitions will make it more interesting? But Lewandowski says it's going to be dropping football quality, and he stated reasons.
Yeah, I have to concur with Thierry Henry there when you see, Robert Lewandowski, when you see about the quality being dropped, because you're adding more competitions. We already have the competitions packed around the world. Yes, you have the Club World Cup, you have the Champions League, and especially teams that have qualified for the Champions League, and then looking at issuing the new league fees into the Champions League. That's going to make the matches much more harder, much more tougher, because it's a league system. It's going to be a league system, and you don't know who you're going to face. So they can put you in with three big sides. You don't know how it's going to be, so you have to put your all into everything, because it's the Champions League, and then you have the league, you have your league that you want to do well in. You have the FA, you have the domestic cups, and also it's going to drop it because everybody wants to play with their quality. Everybody wants to put their best players on the pitch. Everybody wants to drop 100%, and they are not able to. They won't be able to do that because of how it's going to be. So for me, it's a drop of quality. Yes. Why are you adding more competitions? We already have enough competitions as it is. I don't see the reason for adding any other one. What are you adding another one for? I think the newest competition we had, I think, was the Finalisma. I think that's the newest competition that we've had currently. But there's no need for any other competition. We already have too much.
Can it get to a point where you're watching? Let me know. People say that El Clasico, the quality of El Clasico has dropped, and the immediate reason for that for many is that there's no more Ronaldo on one side, there's no more Messi on the other side, and they've lacked those figures, those significant figures in world football that used to bring fame to these competitions. So that's why I don't want to use the El Clasico as a case study. Now, let me use... I don't even want to use Chelsea and Man U. Okay. Can you get to a point where you're watching Man City against Real Madrid, for instance? Not just about the team's tactics or the manager's approach, but you get bored because... Yeah, you get bored because of the quality of football, and that is because the players are not stepping up. They're not playing up to optimal level as expected, and that can be traceable to they've participated in so many competitions. Benjamin.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've Jurgen Klopp has been the advocate of this issue right from time where players get to play lots of competition and they burn out easily. Take an instance, Michael Owen. Yeah, Michael Owen started very early, played lots of football. I think he went to the World Cup at age 17. Yeah, went to the World Cup. Played in that World Cup. Came back, he was playing and he got injured. The man was saying at some point when he has ended his career, he said he was supposed to still be still playing football, but the fact that because he was exceptional when he was young, he was playing too many football. When they asked Yami Lama if he could get to the World Cup if you get to the Olympics after the Euros, the man said it's going to be hectic for him. And I think, it might likely hamper his growth. Yes, in as much as we saw what that did to Gavi, where Gavi played almost all the games, played in the I think on the youth level, and then went to came back, didn't rest, played for Barcelona. I was given break, boy, he cut his break short and then came for Barcelona. And the man is injured. He didn't play in the Euros, and part of last season was full of injuries. So I think Robert Lewandowski is actually right. I think he's spot on in that because these are players, these are human beings. They are not machines. In as much as you're paying them much, yeah, you don't expect them to do more than their body. We've seen players being injured here and then and all that. I know it's not everybody, but we've seen a couple of players that can play 2 seasons without being injured. Example is the brother to Nico Williams, Iñaki Williams of Atletico de Bilbao. But I think it's actually hectic for the players because you can't keep playing in the Premier League. It's part of the reason why the FA Cup doesn't have the Carabao Cup doesn't have a replay. I think, or the FA Cup, one of those competitions doesn't have a replay until you get to the semi-finals. I think that's a Carabao Cup because it's hectic for the players, and most of these you stretch the players to play extra time, 120 minutes. You come back, you play penalty shootout, or you get a replay. You have a midweek game in the Premier League, or you play weekend, midweek Champions League, you come back again. I think it's quite hectic. So at this point in time, you need to start looking at FIFA needs to start looking at competitions, or UEFA needs to start looking at how to cut down these competitions. Yeah, it's quite hectic for the players being born out. That's why you see players we saw the likes of Gianluigi Buffon play until he's 40 plus. He's still playing though, but in top flight football, play until 40 plus. That's because the competition at that time wasn't really this much in terms of you're playing many competitions and all that. So at this point in time, players get to play for the Premier League, get to play the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup, the Premier League, the Champions League. That's 4 competitions over 100 game plus, in all competitions. These are human beings. So I think we need to start cutting down the competition level. Most of this competition, and it's quite hectic for the players. Injury. Most of them can't perform to the top level because of injury. So at this point in time, I think FIFA needs to start considering all those because of injury level and top level. This period in terms of football, we tend to say there are no flair in football. Unlike those days when you have the likes of Ronaldinho and all that, there's no flair in football. The quality is dropping day by day. Who is that exceptional player that you can say has this dazzling and all that?
But people say that's because the coach wants them to be more direct this time.
It's not being more direct. I think it boils down to players not resting well. That's the issue. You don't rest well. And football is a game that is more of psychology before you start talking about the physical. So you need to rest well. So I think it's part of it.
Henry, if you're being paid up to £1 million a week, you should be ready to play 100 matches in 1 month. I mean, someone was earning close to £1 million at Paris Saint-Germain.
100 matches, 1 month. You might as well dig my grave and keep it for me to come and.
I mean, somebody was earning. Neymar was on 900 and something a month, £1,000. That's close to £1 million at Paris Saint-Germain. Same for Lionel Messi. Then there was Kylian Mbappe. I mean, so if players earn this huge weekly, it's also to be understood that to whom much is given, they do say much is expected.
As much is given, much is expected. You have to say it's crazy the amount of football players play nowadays. I mean, you're playing for one of the big clubs, Man City, Real Madrid, Liverpool, Bayern Munich. You're probably expected to play over 60 games in a season. When you factor in before, that was at least from last season downwards, when you factor in a team that is going to be in the Champions League, in the Premier League, the Carabao Cup, the the FA Cup, and also maybe if you want to add the Club World Cup a bit, then it was even shorter format for the European teams, just 2 games you get to play. Now it's enlarged. You're talking about playing full 17 games. That's a whole lot of games that people actually have to deal with and contend with and have to play. So it's actually quite crazy the amount of games people actually do have to play currently in modern day football. And now the format for the Champions League has been increased. The format for the Club World Cup has been increased. So let's paint the scenario now. Man City are in all competitions, or will be in all competitions next season. Real Madrid. Okay, let me use Man City because there's the issue of the League Cup and extra cup competition in the English Premier League. Now, you're talking about Man City playing an expanded Club World Cup. You're talking about Man City playing in the English Premier League. You're talking about Man City playing the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup and also the UEFA Champions League expanded format. So let's paint the scenario. Manchester City reaches the finals of all these competitions. You're probably talking about over 70 matches in a calendar, in a season. That's a whole lot. Players will burn out. It's as simple as as much as you're paying them good amount of money, they will still burn out. They are human beings, the body, and as much as yes, you pay them good or huge amount of money, but you still need the machine to work well, or you need the machine to work properly. And rest times are reducing because of the fact that so now group stages will not just be 8 games, will not be 6 games, it's 2 extra games. You're talking about 2 extra games. In the Club World Cup, you're talking about 5 extra games for most players, or for those that are going to participate in the Club World Cup. So that's about 7 extra games. So you're talking about a case whereby a player could end up playing 70 games in a season, especially when it's a very integral or important part of a team. So that's a whole lot that players have to deal with, and the players have to deal with. And let's not forget that it is the human body. There's wear and tear of the muscle. At a point, the muscle gets to give in. There's a reason why we always say it, and we keep on saying it. German players, a lot of German players did not last long. Mesut Ozil, Sami Khedira. You can go on and on. Lucas Podolski. These guys started playing a whole lot of football at a very young age, and they were playing a lot of games. They were bombarded with a lot of games, and at a point you get tired. You have to manage the games of younger players also. Check out. I promise you, Marcus Rashford will soon burn out
if he hasn't already.
Jude Bellingham will soon ball out. Bellingham will not last till he's 30.
Bukayo Saka.
Bukayo. Two typical examples. Let me read Rashford. Rashford is about 26 now. Currently, young footballers, with the amount of games they play, they already, even in the past, they have to manage their games when the games were less to make sure they don't burn out quick. Now there are a whole lot of games, and these young boys are playing a lot of games. Bellingham and Bukayo Saka will not last till they are 30. I promise you. At most 30. After that, they are burnt, they are spent. Look at Wayne Rooney. The Wayne Rooney last till he was 30. No, because as a young player, you have to manage the amount of games they play. And that's one thing I give credit for with what he did, Pep did with Foden. He managed Foden's game time properly as a very, very young player. And it's something that Bellingham, Bukayo Saka didn't get. Wayne Rooney didn't get. Mesut Ozil didn't get. A lot of German footballers didn't get. So, I mean, and now we're already talking about how to manage the game time players actually get to play to make them last longer in the sports. You're not increasing the amount of games they play. Some people say, after all, it's just 7 games. What is there in 7 games? Just go and play it. It's just 7 extra 90 minutes. 7 extra 90 minutes, you're talking about, that's about 630 minutes extra of football. And that's a whole lot to actually put the body through. You're talking about an average footballer runs about 10, 11 kilometers. So that means you're talking about extra 77 kilometers to cover. So that's a whole lot to actually put the body through. That's a whole lot to put the players through. And it's one of the reasons why we're actually seeing players' performance drop. Let's ask ourselves, why was the World Cup in Qatar the best World Cup we've seen, even when you look at the ones we've watched in the past? When you go down to 94, 98, 2000 and to all the ones that have been watched in the past, why do people say the World Cup in Qatar was actually the best? Because you had players playing at the World Cup when they were in peak or prime fitness. It was just like halfway through the season, or not even up to halfway through the season. So players were still raring to go. Players were still at their optimum level at that point in time. But not like scenarios before where you have players come to play the World Cup towards the end of the season. Why do you think sometimes at the African Cup of Nations you get to see a lot of scary and funny results and offsets compared to maybe probably the European Championship, which is at the end of the year? Because at that point in time, a lot of players are tired when you get to see the Euros and the World Cup. But at the AFCON, players are fresh and raring to go because you're still in peak prime form and fitness. So all these things, you factor it in, you look at it. Yes, you're paying them money. You might say they are paying you that amount of money that you should work. I mean, Elon Musk is worth how many billion? Is he working every day? Man is busy enjoying himself. Donald Trump plays golf more than he is even in the office at the point in time. So, I mean, it's all that relaxation is needed. You need to refresh. You need to regroup. At the end of the day, you come back the next season probably looking very tired because you're fatigued, both mentally and physically. And see, even if you might be up there, even if mentally up there, you're raring to go. If your body cannot carry you, my brother, there's little you can do because you might be striving or trying
AI install into your body.
Trying to do your best, but your body is already heavy. Your muscles need to relax. Your muscles need to rest. Like, look, going into next season, I promise you, look at certain players. Even Grealish talked about it in his press conference, realizing he has talked about it in the game before Barcelona, before Man City played Barcelona. He said that this break was the first time in about 3 or 4 years he has had about 5 weeks to rest before the start of pre-season. And trust me, if that man is given a chance to play next season, you'll see the difference what those extra 1 or 2 weeks can actually do for him or for a footballer. So when the players are complaining, they know what they are going through, because nowadays it's not like even the fitness conditions are like how it was then. Now we're talking about people that are probably trained or being put through rigors that are making them look like prime machines. They are more like machines. That's the sort of training we're actually putting a lot of these players through, the sort of rigors and exertions they are putting their body through. So it was definitely going to take a toll on these players over time. I think FIFA, UEFA themselves have to find a way to manage it. As much as more games bring more money because of TV and more fan or viewership excitement, at a point, the reason why we're watching the ball is also because of the players. We want to see Mo Salah week in, week out. We want to see, we want to get Victor Osimhen week in, week out. We want to see Bukayo Saka week in, week out. So if we don't get to see these players perform at their best or get to see them play, then what's the use of watching the football at the end of the day?
All right. Ovie, would you say that this may contribute to football not seeing the best of stars? For instance, football has enjoyed Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi for 20 years. Well, it could be argued that these are exceptional talents. They are just from They are not from the earth. They are aliens. More like it. But before then, football did enjoy. Okay, let's say around then, football did enjoy Kaká, for instance. Football did enjoy Ronaldinho, for instance. Football did enjoy Zinedine Zidane. Football saw who do I mention again? Ronaldo himself. In fact, even if you go into that Brazil team of that Ronaldo said you could pick a lot of players, go to France. Football did enjoy many of these stars, like in their prime. They come into the field of play. In fact, they are themselves walking out of the tunnel into the football field sends rhythmic, or should I say, what's the word? What was the word? It sends this wave. It feels like spectators are about to go on their feet just for these guys walking out of the tunnel because of what they perform, what they bring to the to the table, to the pitch of play, game in, game out, week in, week out. So would you say that introducing a lot of competitions, making them to play more, spend more time, might reduce the quality of stars that football will produce going forward?
It can and it cannot. It might be able to do that, but as I said, it is managing the players. Is the coach managing those stars? You see, you look then and then you see the competitions were fewer then, so there was much time for those guys to develop. Those guys they weren't burdened with the matches, and also they were able to show their skills and grow over time without stressing themselves too much. Like Ronaldo, Kaká, Ronaldinho, and the rest. And then you look the current generation. Yes, we have stars there. You see Bellingham, you see Bukayo Saka, you see Lamine Yamal, Hendrick, and the rest, and you see that these are the future. And it's how they manage the players. Look at Bukayo Saka; he's stressed throughout the game. Bellingham, and he's always up there. He's always up there. 90 minutes, 180, and the rest, always on the pitch of play. So yes, it might develop the players, but now it's how the coach is going to manage those players, how he's going to see these are the players that he needs to develop. These are the players that he knows that long term they are going to be an asset to the team, and then he knows that he's able to manage them. But the competitions are going to be there. The competitions are going to be there. Now I said it's going to be the coach to manage them. Does it cause a decline in quality? As
Quality
I said,
of the players.
Yeah, a decline in quality of the players.
Mm-hmm. Not just football now, because Lewandowski talked about decline in quality of football, but I'm also looking at decline in quality of stars produced.
The quality and quality of stars produced, I do not think so, because the stars will always be the stars. The people that come out will still be will come out. The monsters will always still be there among the men. And now it's just to find those monsters and separate them from the men.
Okay. Benjamin, is there a linkage to this with the current Ballon d'Or race? Vinicius Junior. I mean, you look at Ballon d'Or. Carvajal is mentioned in the competition. Carlo Ancelotti, well, probably because he coaches Real Madrid, yeah. But Carvajal is mentioned in the context for the Ballon d'Or. Rodri is mentioned. Vinicius Junior. Jude Bellingham is mentioned. Ademola Lookman is mentioned. Who again? So now people argue that with the guys that are potentials to win the Ballon d'Or this season, you cannot really pick anybody that was so exceptional over the others. Does this play a part, or is it just an end to a generation and a rebuild of a new generation?
When I spoke last time, I said there's decline in terms of performance-wise and all that. Yeah, there are no flares, there are no exceptional players. I think what we have in this generation is just players that go about their job, know how to do their job. There are no exceptional players. I think it cut across the Ballon d'Or nominees, or the Ballon d'Ors, the favorites for the Ballon d'Or. Those days you look at people that won the Ballon d'Or, the likes of Ronaldo de Lima. You look at the likes of there are players that that are exceptional, but that didn't actually win this tournament. This award. likes of Wesley Schneider, quite an exceptional midfielder, but the man did not end up winning this award. It shows that they were lots of talents, those days. But now you look at, if it is this in this generation, I think that Wesley Schneider played for. I think Wesley Schneider should be going home with 2 or at least 2 or 3 Ballon d'Ors. But you look at his time; they were quite an excellent player. Quite unfortunate that he didn't win that one. I think in 2010, he didn't win that one.
Yeah, 2010.
Yeah, 2010 Ballon d'Or. He didn't win that one. Yeah, quite deserving. But I don't know how he ended up didn't win it, not winning it. But look at this generation. If he was still to be playing in this generation, I think he would have won 2 or at least two Ballon d'Ors. But you look at this generation, who are the exceptional player at this point in time that you want to name top 5? You could say Mbappe, Vinicius, Bellingham and all that. But if it were those days, I think Bellingham shouldn't be mentioned in the Ballon d'Or race. If it was in those days when you've got exceptional players like Frank Lampard, Ricardo Kaká and the midfielders. I'm trying to call the midfielders now: Juninho Pagambugano, Riquelme, quite players that can play this game very well. But we are not blaming Vinicius Junior for Jude Bellingham for being mentioned. It's because of lack of talents, exceptional talents at this point in time. That's why names like Jude Bellingham being mentioned, the likes of Vinicius Junior being mentioned, and all that. So I think it's part of what is actually having more competitions. It's part of it. The players get burnt out easily, and I think right now we don't allow this young talent to actually take that time to come into the scene, because we rush them into the scene quickly because of how they perform quite nice performance and all that. Before they get injured and their career is being cut short. Look at I don't want to start calling names, but look at players that didn't actually live to expectations because of being rushed. Adan Januzaj, he played a couple of games, had that flashy performance, and being rushed into the setup and all that. Some players being rushed, and at the end of the day, where are they? They're playing in lower clubs, because that's what we thought they are, not really what they are giving us. So I think it's part of lack of talent at this point in time and too many competitions to go by.
Okay. Let's know what you think. Do you agree with Robert Lewandowski that too many competitions and expanding should be the word, of the ones available will cause drop in quality of football? And I'm adding, how about drop in the quality of the players? Because if you listen carefully of what Lewandowski said, he said it's going to be a very huge challenge for every club and every player, because the expectations are always very high, and you play every 2 days, and people expect you play every game at the highest level. People expect you to play every game at the highest level, and he said it's almost impossible to stay on the top of your game every game, because you don't have resting time, because you don't have time for resting well. You don't have time to be outside of football in your mind. We are human. We are not machines. So that means at a point you might not play the best of the best version of you might not be seen because you're not resting to recalibrate, to resuscitate, to have that renaissance. I've used a lot of in there. So the best of you is not coming out. It's not being seen. That's the point. So it hinges also on the quality of footballers to be produced going forward. That's why I'm asking that question. I'm adding it. Would you also, people say that even when Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi were reigning, were at their prime, winning almost everything, that even the current set of players that are gunning for the Ballon d'Or do not even equate to those that were second class to Ronaldo and Messi. They don't even equate to those that were second class to Ronaldo and Messi. So let's know what you think. Use the SMS and WhatsApp portal for now. I've noticed the calls via the phone lines. I'll take them. But let's use SMS and WhatsApp portal for now. 0701 933 9962. Now, this also takes us to discuss the UEFA Champions League new formats. Let's give us a clue of what that format looks like, because the new season begins second week of this month, and across Began yesterday. Oh, okay. I thought you said it began yesterday. So I want to know whether I went to Mars. So you're going to be seeing the UEFA Champions League matches 2024-2025 new format. Let's give us a clue of what that is. It's a lengthy explanation, but we'll summarize it as much as we can, and then we'll talk about that format. The pivotal change in the reforms announced by the UEFA Executive Committee is the departure from the current format group stage system. No more group stage system. The present format of the Champions League will have, or the present format has 32 teams, divided into 8 groups of 4. But from next season, it's going to be 36 clubs participating in what is known as Champions League phase, formerly group stage. So now you're going to be having Champions League stage or league phase, meaning 4 more teams will have the chance to enjoy the UEFA Champions League against 32. So the 36 clubs will participate in a single league competition in which all 36 competing clubs are ranked together. Now, under the new format, teams will play 8 matches in the new league phase. All right, so there's not going to be any more playing 3 opponents twice. That's home and away. But instead, face fixtures against 8 different teams, playing half of those matches at home and half of them away. And to determine the 8 different opponents, the teams will initially be ranked in 4 seeding pots. So each team will then be drawn to play 2 opponents from each of these pots, playing 1 match against a team from each pot at home and the other match away. That's what's called the Champions League phase. Well, he also means there's going to be more matches, all right, for every club across. But now, how will the 4 extra Champions League group stage spots be allocated? Qualification for the Champions League will continue to be open and depend on the club's final position in the previous season's domestic league competition, combined with each association's position in the association club coefficient ranking. The basis of the access list will remain the same as for the current season, and the additional 4 slots available in the 2024-2025 will be allocated as follows. Slot 1. This will go to the club ranked 3rd in the championship of the association in 5th position in the access list. So there's something called the access list. Now, depending on the country's coefficient, if a particular country is in that access list, that means from the 5th team will now qualify from that association. All of them are determined by UEFA's association club coefficient ranking. Now, slot 2. This place will be awarded to a domestic champion by extending from 4 to 5 the number of clubs qualifying via the champions path of the competition's qualifying process, which will consist of 4 qualifying rounds. Henry, what happened? Is it the explanation? Is it too much? Okay, so I'll tell that slot 2 again. So this place will be awarded to a domestic champion by extending from 4 to 5 the number of clubs qualifying via the champions path of the competition's qualifying process, which will consist of 4 qualifying rounds. So those clubs where they participate in their qualifiers and all of that stuff, so there's going to be a place for the 5th team to also enter into the qualification race. That's me trying to summarize that part. Slot number 3 and 4. These places will go to the associations with the best collective performance by their clubs in the previous season. Hope that is understandable enough. These places will go to the associations with the best collective performance by their clubs in the previous season. So put together, just like what happened in the when we're talking about which team was going to take it for next season. Will England be having 5 teams in the Champions League? Will Italy in the end, I think it was Germany, yeah? Was it Germany or be Italy? Germany and Italy, yeah, in the end. Now here 9 and 4. Because if you put together what what AC Milan have done in the past season at the UEFA Champions League semis, I think we have quarters. I think we have about 2 or 3 Italian teams.
There wasn't any Italian team in the semi-finals of the Champions League, but the Europa League,
and the Conference League. Yeah,
Europa League, I think it was 2 Conference League 1. So yes. So I think that's it. Yeah, Europa League we had Atalanta and Roma. Then Conference League we had Fiorentina there as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's
so now here 9 and 4. So put together the collective performance of these teams in the previous season. That is the association club coefficient of the previous season, which is based on the total number of club coefficient points obtained by each club from an association divided by the number of participating clubs from that association. That's why they take calculator. If math is not your thing, we understand. We understand very well. We understand. But just know that if, for instance, in this particular season, if you go to the Conference League, there are 2 English teams. You go to the Europa League, there are 2 English teams. You go to the Champions League, 2 English teams at the semis. That means England don't get additional slots. That's basically what it means. So that's how the 4 remaining slots will be allocated. That's just the idea. Guys, we are talking about quality of football. 4 additional teams for the UEFA Champions League phase. No more group stage. Who thinks this is going to reduce the quality of football we see in the UEFA Champions League?
I don't see.
Sounded like you wanted to stammer.
No, not really. The thing is that you see bigger games from the onset. It's a group of 36 teams put into two large formats with groups of 8. Yeah, so you're going to 8 teams per group. So you're going to play every other team just once. So you're talking about 36, groups of 9. I said 8. 4 groups of 9. So you're going to play 8 games. You're going to play 8 games. No home and away format. Now it's just straight 8 league format games. So now you're talking about there's a chance that Liverpool could play Real Madrid
from the
from the onset. Bayern Munich could take. Then they now put all of them in a league. At least let me break it down to the way so that people understand it easier for them. So they now put all of them. You're not grouped based on your league standing. You're not grouped on a general 36 team table, whereby the top 12 actually gets to make it to then the other things get to play. The top 8 beg your pardon, then the other get to play for the playoff rounds, and like a round of 16 for the round of 32 for the playoff round before they go to the round of 16 and all that stuff. So basically what this format does is that it brings more games. It brings games. It brings the big fixtures right from the onset. I mean, sometimes you go to the Champions League group stage and say this group is tailored for Real Madrid or Manchester City to get 18 points. You see Man City being with Red Star, Belgrade, Copenhagen, and Dortmund. You're like, no. So, but imagine a situation where Man City, in order to qualify, has to play Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, and probably PSG. In the same league format. And just because I'm topping my league doesn't mean I might qualify directly to the round of 16 when I put on the general table. So I think that could be fought in Group A or in the other group could actually qualify automatically based on how the points difference is actually going. I think it might look cumbersome or difficult to understand. Gradually people will get the hang of it, or gradually people will get to understand it, and it might look like it will not be interesting, because I know human beings are quite adverse. As much as change happens, we're adverse to change, and especially change we do not understand or know about. So but basically I think it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, but it could also be a lot at the same time. Those 2 extra games could play a major role for the players as regards resting and being fit, or having enough time to recuperate and recover for games. Wait to see how that transpires. And it's not just the Champions League. You're talking about Europa League and Conference League. It's the same format. I so pity Manchester United and those teams are actually going to play in the Champions, in the Europa League League and Conference League next season, because we all know how they already complain about the Thursday, Sunday back to back when they're on the continent and how it affects their performances. Clubs complain a lot, so wait to see how they actually deal with that one. But I'm just thinking of, I want to see the excitement this new format to bring, the closeness, or will you say the immediate start to the big games or to the mouth-watching games we actually get to see as regards this format of the Champions League.
If players burn out, it might affect the quality of the games. All right, let's see how this is going to play out. We do have to go for a commercial, go to the market, pay some bills. We'll come back, we'll continue the conversation. Do not touch it.
Tony Bags Limited, we produce polypropylene branded nylon bags for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Bags Limited, we produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies' use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are shopping sacks, agro sacks, nylon, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, Onisha, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
Bentoni Bags Limited, we produce polypropylene branded nylon bags for companies and market use.
Bentoni Bags Limited, originality is our name.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for being right there. Still the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Reliable Reliance Sudonian. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman being called the man who be one in the world of sports these days. I do have Henry Ogugwa in the studio. Benjamin Mina is here. Ovie Wallace here. And then there is the only lady part of the talking crew. There's a reason for that. Gift Ejegu. We do have another lady in the house whose voice you're not hearing, so that's why I had to add that. So had to go for that commercial break. Thank you very much. At the moment, quarterfinal clash between USA and Japan. That match is at the 72nd minute. How much time flies? I mean, I saw them coming out of the tunnel, and I'm just having to face this conversation. And right now, it's 77 minutes. There is no goal to report, meaning it's second half USA against Japan. Football events of the Olympics for the women. Now, let's know what you think about the new UEFA Champions League format in alignment to what Robert Lewandowski said. Does it sound exciting to you? Do you think it's going to make it more competitive, more enjoyable than what it is now? Already, people complain about the just concluded season of the UEFA Champions League. I mean, there was a point in time, was it a round of 16? By the way, it means there's not going to be any round of 16? No. Will there be a round of 16? No. Yeah, there's going to be a playoff. There's going to be a round of 16 because in the end, it's going to be the top 8 that will progress they'll progress and wait. Let me put it like that. yes. Now they'll go and wait.
Then the next,
then from the 9th to the
24th position, to the 24th,
will now compete.
It's for the last 8 positions.
For the last 8
to make it to the
round of 16. Karakumbe. So there's still going to be round of 16. So does it sound exciting to you? And when you consider what Robert Lewandowski said, do you think if they're starting off with these big games and stuff, we get to see it, and then it's playing more match, we make them burn out so much so that once you get to the semis, you don't get to see the best of quality of games anymore in the UEFA Champions League? We'd like to know what you think about the subject matter. 0701 933 9962. Okay, that's our SMS and WhatsApp portal. The phone lines are 0817 0000 951, 0810 9510 951. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr.
No photocopy, no duplicate from Rumigbo. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother man. I think every worker and every workman, just like me and you, will always complain that we work so much. And compared to money given to us, most of us do not check the money. What we check is that we work so much. We overwork. The company overuse us. For example, now, if you check what the professors earn, you check what lawyers earn, you check what doctors earn, for studying for 7-8 good years. Even the journalists like you people will do courses, study. Before you speak the way you speak now, you don't just graduate from a university to begin to speak this way. You've been studying a lot, but you didn't make noise. You didn't tell anybody. So I know why footballers, whenever they bring any little thing, they start with complaint that we don't have rest. Football will be diminished. Football will reduce in the quality. Is it a new football that they are playing now, or the one that they play, let them play? Pele won World Cup at the age of 17 or 16, if I'm not making mistakes. And he played football to become who he was. Today, it takes a lot of record that a couple of players come and gone. They were not able to break it. You talk of the likes of Buffon. Buffon is still playing football at the age of 40-something. But Amela of Cameroon, he played from the age of football. You born a footballer. Football is not something you learn like people go to school to learn carpenter, to learn a particular course, or you learn carpentry, or you learn welding work. No, footballers born footballers. They play football right from the day one. They have the skill. What they are telling me or what have you just develop the skill to what the talent to skill used to be using. So a footballer stay 2 weeks without playing football, he will not feel fine. If a footballer stay 1 week without playing football, it will lose his form. That is what I know about football. I play football to a certain level. So all this complaint of 90 minutes football, sometimes they play you 30 minutes, sometimes they play you 20 minutes, and you leave the pitch with a very good medical care, with top-notch medical care, and the pricing facility is top-notch, world-class, and you are complaining. In those days in African continent and where we come from, people played football for more than 90 minutes for one football match. Some played in the morning and played in the evening. They are not complaining without any medical care, without any stuff. So I don't see any reason why they should be complaining. After all, a easy team really has 23 players. Football is not like boxing, where you face your opponent one-on-one, you and the person. While in a football pitch, you can rest. When ball gets to you, you pass to another person and rest. You don't just run around, take 3 feet. You have position where you are playing. So I don't see that comment by Lawadunsi with due respect to him is quite unnecessary. While they are enjoying the big box and traveling around the world for free, they should also be ready to work in accordance with how much they earn in a week. If they put it in Nigerian currency, you will be cheaper. How much one person takes from it. So I say that to say this, that they should not complain, nothing to worry about. Their work, is a later sport in all the sports. It's not like boxing, so there's nothing to complain. They play 90 minutes, twice a week, sometimes once a week. Sometimes you have injury, they keep telling you. If those that employ you, they don't complain. So why are they complaining? Thank you. That's my question.
All right, thank you very much. By the way, Man City was fined for delaying the delay. See, we need to look at that matter one day. How Man City taking league? Delay too much. Just joking. Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live.
Hello, Live.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Good all of you.
Good afternoon.
Mike.
Yeah.
Mike. Mr. Mike, I agree to call you.
Go ahead.
This player that I complain now, who is to be blamed? They look at Mr. Mount. He just won Champions League. Shakala time body. He say he should increase his wages to how much? You are demanding for higher money to play ball for just how many few matches, and they want you not to be playing every day, and you are complaining. So some of these players and these agents, I think they are because clubs need to make their money, maybe through viewing, and other logistics. So these players, they demand for so much outrageous money. And the clubs too need to make their money too. I think this is the cost of this match being for them to be playing.
They need to make their money, or they need to make more money.
They need to make more money, and the clubs need to make more money to pay the players.
So it's not like the money they do have at the moment is not sufficient, or the broadcast deals they do have is not sufficient to run the club and pay the players, but they just want to make more, because having more competitions mean broadcast people, organization will pay more because there are more matches to be covered. It's not like it's not sufficient. They just want more. Oliver Twist.
No, it's not because of that. See, let me tell you, if you go and look at these players' wages, all the players, 23 players, and the stars and the backroom stars, what they are earning, and what the club also generating, I don't think it's balanced. So these clubs also need to look for a way to make more money. Even the brokers will do to make more money. So they have to balance the book. So these players, they are the one complaining they are play much player because their demand too is also high. So the clubs too need to give them more matches too to play.
Okay.
Before now, how many matches are they playing in a season? How many competitions these players are also playing? That's why some Buffon, all these players there, look at them today. How it Materazzi then, Maldini. They play for a long time because of the few matches they were able to play. But these players, this generation, they will play. They will play. They should not complain. I'm not in support of these too much matches. But because of the demands of the player, that's why they have to also balance the book. Give them more playing match, so also they can also make more money.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you for contributing, Mr. Mike. Today's Sports Live it is. Good afternoon.
The man of the sport. Wow.
I hail you especially. Arsenal about to win. Talk to us.
For me, it's a good idea. If Arsenal can play like for Madrid, PSG, Borussia Dortmund, Bayern Munich, Barcelona, very good. Let us see the stars. Who make it, he make it. Who don't make it, no problem. That is why go to market every season. That is their job. No complaining. Thank you very much. That is my case.
All right, thank you very much. So, I want to see more of these competitions, not tougher matches. That's a thought of Arsenal Baba Twin. Appreciate you for calling. Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live.
Very live. Hi,
Runye Vance Dixon.
Yes, sir, my brother.
You navigated through. Great to have you join us.
Now, that weekend, I will buy one bottle of mineral for some of our callers. They patient.
No, I totally can relate. I totally can relate because I've been there. I mean, the first day I tried, I almost gave up. I told myself, no, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. I must keep calling until I get through. I understand. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. The real MVPs. Thank you very much.
All right, Reliance.
Yeah.
I will just cut off the first conversation at the start, and I would.
Oops. Ring your Vance. It's not me. Totally not me. That's not me. I didn't do that. That's absolutely not me. That's network. Please, network. Could you be friendly? I'm pleading. Okay, let's keep them coming. 0817 00 00951 0810951091. I'm still taking your thoughts via the phone lines. Will time permit us? Okay. Time can only permit us to take reactions. I'm not sure we can go into other matters anymore. But yeah, the show continues and matters still plenty to talk about. No fear. Matters, I don't want to say that. Hi, good afternoon. Today's Post Live.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Diamond King.
Diamond King. That reminds me of a popular movie called The Lion King. Go ahead, Diamond King.
Yes, actually, I just want to know, I just want to talk about the women football.
You have the floor. Which of them? Is it the match ongoing, USA-Japan?
Yeah. Yes, I just want to know the scoreline.
It's goalless 88. Make that 89 minutes on the clock, goalless between USA and Japan.
Wow. Then concerning our team Nigeria, Ross, we just go there and go look at bridge.
As in Eiffel Tower. Go there, go snap picture for Eiffel Tower.
I they tell you, it's like going to Calabar to go and,
enjoy Obudukato Ranch. Yeah.
Yes, God bless you.
Or coming to River State to go and see Pleasure Park.
My brother, you can mention.
You're not a nice person. You're not a nice person. How could you say that? I didn't join you in saying all of that, It's not my voice you heard. I didn't say all of those things. How could you say that? Now, when they give their all, but just wasn't good enough, I guess. But Sas will take us through more of that conversation. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hear you specially, brother. Good afternoon.
This is Walter.
Walter from Port Harcourt. Bar Road, yeah. There. Don't call me 3 times. I hear you.
Last 2 weeks, I had the voice of Eva at the last week. Now, what happened?
He don't come. Why the Cardinals go last 2 weeks now? What happened? Walter?
No, the man with our guest overtry you.
No talk about over talk about that one for now. Mo just talk for this one. Girls matter they come. We still talk on today.
Okay. For me, the one way we want to talk about. Otherwise, I just got it. I never hear of this one now. Now off, fine. I will call back.
Okay. Just a tune in. Okay, off. Honorable, off your mic. When you don't hear that, you call back. Well, let me give you a clue. So we are talking about too many matches, expanded version of the UEFA Champions League. Robert Lewandowski saying it's going to reduce the quality of football because they are playing so much. They are not machines, and they are doing a lot. They don't have time to rest. You can't expect them to perform at the highest level, game in, game out, with so many games to play. So do you think it's going to drop the quality of football played when the new season resumes? And they also think it's going to affect the quality of stars being produced, because if they cannot sustain the energy to play week in, week out, it might as well drop the quality of performance. So are we not going to be seeing the next Ronaldo, Xavi, and all of that because of too many football? That's the topic we're discussing. That was line 1. Let me see line 2. There's nobody there. All right, so back to line 1. Still nobody there. So keep the reactions coming through. 0817 00 00951. That gives me the opportunity to go to the WhatsApp portal. Let me take this message now. Help me and give Zidane the trophy, I beg. Champions League back to back 3 times, where you get to play different teams that are not in your league. Easy, I beg. Give Zidane the cap. Wasil from Roma Parali. Okay, thank you, Zidane. You have the cap. Thank you very much. I really cannot find the connection to what we've been talking about, but yeah. Good afternoon, today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon, the man with service.
Walter.
This is Walter.
How did you do it? Wow. Okay.
The line. Why UEFA? I mean, FIFA, they want to change this game.
And UEFA, this one will be FIFA, and UEFA, and them expand Champions League.
Why do I expand it?
They said they want more games and they want to give more teams the opportunity to participate. For instance, there are going to be 4 more teams to join. So no longer 32 teams playing in the UEFA Champions League from the 2024/2025 season. Right now, we're going to be having 36 teams.
Anyone want to do for me, it will be too much because of injuries in their league, in their different league. Injury in the different league cup and FA Cup, come play Champions League, come play the paper window again, come back, double header, and go back to their clubs. From injury, they go gas us now.
Yeah.
They should allow it to be so. If we're a good team, it should head up and qualify. Don't bring somebody who will come and play Champions League for now till 20 years. He never qualify. Let's assume they brought Inter Palace to Champions League. For now, for good stage, they'll go back.
They know they bring person water. They know they bring person come Champions League now. Now you go play qualify. I be a lie.
Now they talking like
so if Crystal Palace won't play go qualify, no stop them now. If you can stop them, then you have to beat them.
At the end, they qualify for group stage.
Ain't no me. They don't collect that group stage money.
They deliver. I know. They deliver at 50.
Okay.
The players they are so trying. FIFA window do many things there. So they deliver at 50 so that it will be interesting. That one go do door for me. And now they are remove head to head point away. They are away goal. That one good. And they are remove it for me. They should not add this 4 things. They should leave it. That 2 is okay. That's my one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Walter. Appreciate you for calling. Today's Sports Live it is. Good afternoon to you. Hi, somebody home?
If you like to know that time, I cannot do it. I made the network disconnect.
And what do you even do?
I cannot greet people who did the house now. I made them first.
I greet them now. Don't open their mic.
Okay. I greet everybody in the studio.
Everybody, Mona answer.
Okay, rely on God.
Yeah.
I think, as I was saying before, I think the club owners are greedy. You understand? Because here is the thing. In as much as I'm not saying that I'm not like applauding more matches to be played, because these players are really human beings. I think we should avoid this game congestion, this combination of game congestion, play 2-3 matches every week. I mean, it's hectic. And for this reason, we can't see the best. But here's the problem. The problem there is that, I mean, because like Pep Guardiola will feel relaxed. He wants to play the FA Cup, wants to play the Premier League, wants to play the Champions League, and wants to win it all. That's because he has the players. And he thinks, and you can see, even though he has the players, he doesn't deliver it as much. He's been trying for how many years has been in Manchester City? He has only won this treble once with the platter of money and the platter of players he has been given. So that is to tell you that what happened to coaches who don't have this number of players that will deliver for them. And you are expected to win even if it is the Community Shield, even if it's just FA Cup, which we all know that it's not what the Premier League, or it's not what a big club like Manchester United or even Chelsea should celebrate. But just win it for them so that you will keep your job. But the club owners don't want to understand that this future conditions it affects the players. All what they want is the coach to deliver. So for me, I was hearing your colleague that was saying if a player like Alan Shearer was in this era, we wouldn't have been even hearing Gilbert, and probably Alan Shearer would have won 1 or 2 Ballon d'Or. Yes, truth and fine, but I will tell you for a fact that Alan Shearer would not have been the Alan Shearer we all are clamoring for if this Alan Shearer that we are talking about is playing in this era. Because of this fixture congestion, I mean, how do you want to expect Gilbert to be at his best for continuous 20 to 30 years? For 20 years of football, from consistent 20 years of football. I mean, the Ronaldo we all know before, they started to shine when this congestion wasn't there, this game congestion wasn't there. But we see when this congestion came, we saw they are dropping. I mean, Ronaldo went to Al-Ali. Yes, he's scoring goals, but you can see that Ronaldo we all are clamoring for. It's not the Ronaldo of before. Same with Messi. So for me, I think the thing is that for a Champions League, good and fine. The only thing
for Ronaldo and Messi, many will argue that it's about their age, not maybe not about the number of games, because Ronaldo is 39, Messi is 37.
How many years was Zlatan Ibrahimovic when he was still playing active football? We are saying as if this Ronaldo and Messi are the only players that have played to the level of this years. We've seen players that have played close to 40. How many years is Buffon? Is he not still playing? So for me, I am not saying that they are not exceptional. They are exceptional according to this generation. They are the standards that each football that is standard, being it Mbappe, Jude Bellingham, or any other player will look up to. I mean, sure, I can tell you that it's like Marcus Rashford, he got lost because of future condition. That guy has class. He don't finish. Like he don't play like that. He don't finish. Nothing jam again. He don't play waiting for 20 years. He don't play for 1 season finish, 2 seasons finish. So for me,
Right.
I think I'm not expecting any Marcus Rashford to win. The only thing I expect from Marcus Rashford, either in this season or next season, is just to come back to Marcus Rashford that we all know before. But for him to be better than what he has been before, I'm not expecting him.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you in advance, Texan, for dropping by to air your opinion. Not so much expectations from these players because they have so many games to play. So says Dixon. FIFA is only after the money they can make from all these competitions and not after the wealth of the players. I think the number of the competitions should instead be reduced. Mr. Monday via the SMS portal from Port Harcourt. That was line 2. Let me go to 1 now. Good afternoon, today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon, everybody in the studio.
Comrade Desire, I understand Pidgin English. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, young shoes.
The great person where the great person where they house.
Man, now Comrade Desire, Barry Nakara, calling from Taba. I also understand Pidgin English because I go use them.
Osas say make I know allow you use Pidgin English. Man say me use English.
Make I talk quick, man. Wait,
Okay, talk.
People they talk this.
Talk, no vexing. Talk.
Okay, make I talk.
Talk.
Hello?
We can hear you. Talk now. I say me talk.
Hello?
I hear you. Yeah.
I go call back.
Okay, call back. Network no agree. No vex. Even though Sars been they whisper something to me, so yes, say make I not allow you speak in English. But I will forgive him. Na play, na joke. Good afternoon, today's First Live.
Reliance, Benjamin and Henry. Good afternoon to you again.
Good afternoon.
Well,
Mr. Mike?
The Barcelona,
Okay, Amos.
The Barcelona legend.
Okay.
Yes. See, with all due respect, UEFA and FIFA under the management of Seferin and Infantino, I do not really like their policy. I do not really like their policies. They are like after the money, just the money, ever since their inception. Okay? See, one thing that makes those days, let's say Chelsea and Man United meeting, whether in the FA Cup or in the league, is the possibility of them meeting once in a while. You understand? Jose Mourinho's Chelsea and that of Ferguson's Man United. Okay? You just see them, let's say, once in a while. So, because of the rivalry, you understand? The same thing goes to that of maybe AC Milan and Juventus, or maybe Barcelona and Real Madrid. You understand? So, telling me I should now watch Real Madrid and Man City group stage, then still expecting them to meet again. It will be boring. The uniqueness will not be there.
Okay,
the uniqueness, the fun of the suspense of Real Madrid is going to play Man City, who is likely to win. The suspense, as in the anxiety will not be there. You know what makes football to be interesting? Even the anxiety, you don't know who is going to win. So that makes it a fun. Now that is on one hand. Look at now Barcelona currently. Barcelona midfield completely as it is. Barcelona midfield is out. De Jong is out. Pedri is out. Gavi is out. In fact, if the season starts now, within 1 or 2 weeks, I don't even see who is going to even play football for Barcelona as it stands. And Barcelona cannot even go and sign players because why? They are broke. Okay? They are broke. Now, you expect that same Barcelona to go and play rigorous matches in Champions League. Still go and play Copa del Rey. Still go and play as in other competitions. Look at Arsenal. Last season, I pity for this guy, Bukayo Saka. That match, Liverpool and Arsenal played where Liverpool won by 2-0 in the FA Cup. The guy was, in fact, he was tired, practically injured. But he was kept in the field of play. Because why? No substitute. And you see these clubs, they won't go about signing several players because they are considering their wage bill. You don't just expect Arsenal. They already have several players and you still expect them to sign numerous players. Now, a player like Rodri in Man City, you expect him to give his best
in the tournament. He will not. So, giving those players extra matches is not really, it's uncalled for. And the issue of, they are being paid big money. That is why they must play several matches. No, to me, I don't completely agree with it because, see, several management theories in the university will say it's not about the money you receive. It's a part of motivation. It's a major part of motivation. There are several aspects to motivation. Okay? I won't mention where I work, but I am given several breaks while I am working. I'm given several breaks. But if any of the breaks, if I do not observe, there are extra incentives to it. Despite I am receiving a reasonable amount of money as where I work. You understand? So it's not about, because they are receiving so much money, so they should give their all. Even you, relax as you are. If your station work for 24 hours, because they pay you very well. I don't think you will continue. So I don't know why the current FIFA and the UEFA, they are just after the money. They are not looking at just they are not looking at the interest of the players. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you, Amos, the Barcelona legend, for dropping by to contribute. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Realans.
Actually, evening. Time check in the studio is 3 minutes gone past the hour, 4 o'clock. That makes it evening for us here. Good evening to you.
My name is Faith. I'm calling from Europe.
Okay, Faith. Network threw you away the other time. You heard it. I didn't do it, right?
Okay, yes. The network.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. We are talking about what the amount of games that players are going to play. Realans, for me, I think that if you are criticizing that the format is bad, let's look at it this way. Think of clubs that normally use one starting 11. This calls for them to go and strengthen their depth, because you cannot imagine like Miami, for example, and Arsenal team that starts. You will all know their front three: Saka, Martinelli, and Havertz. To start both in the Premier League, the Champions League, the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup. So this kind of format now calls for some kind of clubs to go. That's why I love the way Man City and Pep Guardiola does the team, because Pep likes to rotate. The only player that I see that Pep only rotates is only Rodri. You can see in some games, you can start Doku, you can start Grealish, you can play Bernardo Silva, you can play Fodi, you can even play Oscar Bob, you can play John Alvarez. So Pep has many options. That is why even this new format will not be able to affect match. Now they even have Savio from Girona. So I think he has many options that he can be able to rotate. Games like in the FA Cup or in the Carabao Cup are cup competitions that are meant for you to use your academy and a little bit of experience. Because you don't expect to start your experienced players in the Carabao Cup.
But the thing here is the wage bill of clubs are not the same. I think this is what I think, is it Amos or the caller before Amos talked about that? Look, they do not have the same wage bill that Man City can afford. I mean, Pep Guardiola can afford to buy 5-6 defenders, £250 million the other season, and then this season he flushes all of them and buy another set. Not all clubs can do that, and don't forget, there is the management of these clubs expecting them to perform at the highest of levels. There are also the fans who say, hey, they are not winning trophy, this isn't the way, and all of that. So they can't afford to do all of this.
Rihanna, let me go to the Baka statement. As they say, Baka, we all know, Rihanna, for Guyana, we all know that Baka are clubs that mostly at times don't sign players. They always pick players from their La Masia Academy, 3 or 4.
They do pick players, but that does not mean that they don't sign. Go back to the era of Thierry Henry. They did make great signings. Thierry Henry did not come from the academy. They did make expensive signings. Yes. Coutinho was signed from Liverpool in more close to a record deal. Zlatan.
Then Baka is not broke. It's because of the aggression spending.
Now you talk that one. No. But favor. Here is the thing. I wasn't saying that.
Let me say my mind. Just hear me as well.
Okay, all right.
After the sale of Neymar Jr., the 200 that they sold to Paris Saint-Germain, the money was not invested wisely. That's what they are suffering now. Because they went out to sign Philippe Coutinho for outrageous 100 and something, Ousmane Dembele from Dortmund 100 and something, spent like 4 players for 100 and something, and that's what they are suffering now. And players on high salaries. Imagine the Jong now. Jong is earning over 220,000 pounds. That is why he's adamant to leave Barcelona. That is what Barca is suffering from.
Yes,
So,
yes, high wage bill, not the failure to invest the Neymar sale, the Neymar money.
These things sometimes are the ones putting themselves in this kind of situation, whereby not like giving them the ability to sign players. You cannot give like 3 players for 300 and something thousand pounds. When you know that player will not be able to give you constant performance in the next 4 to 5 years. Why Kevin De Bruyne is the highest paid player in Man City? Because we all know what KDB can do. That is why even Pep Guardiola said the other amount of letting him go, even at 33. Pep Guardiola said pleading for him to at least run out his contract. So for me, I think that clubs should try and reach their team, or even bring out players from the academy to try and blend with the experienced one. That will help them go a long way. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Appreciate your favor from. Is it this Iwofe or Azoba? I can't remember. Good evening. Today's What's Life.
Classic.
Simon.
I just want to talk about everyone.
Okay.
I'm hearing that just because you are paying a huge amount of salary already, I don't care them. My brother, anybody who know one play ball, make a retire. See, let me tell you, this is their profession, whether they like it or not. If the club wants you to play, you play. They are paying you for that. And that is the reason why the money now that they are paying players now, you cannot compare it with the money that we are paying players like 10 years ago. Even the salary that they are paying now, wages that they are paying now, you cannot compare it to 10 years ago, 20 years ago wages. So everything don't change. And it must be the club now will also make money in order to raise up funds to pay you to meet up with those wages that they are paying you. By the way, what are we even saying? Are they even playing the matches every day? Somebody asks you, just because they are paying you well, that you work for 24 hours, are those people playing ball for 24 hours? How they will play ball only 2 times in a week? Is it that one overwork? Okay, is it? See, just like a businessman. A businessman now, he do go to your office every day. You do go to your office every day, whether you like it or not. Even if you don't go to your office every day, there must be somebody that will be representing you there. And it means that you'll be paying the person the money for him or her to represent you very well there. So this is business. Anybody that feels that it is too hard for him now to confront what is happening now, the person should just retire, stop playing football and look for another thing to do. And let them stop making noise. So the club will make their own money. The FIFA themselves will also make their own money. Because everything about football now is money, blood money. So where do you think that they will raise it? I had my brother now, my boy Osimhen, he's asking for maybe 300 or 350. Before, a player of Osimhen carried that 10 years ago, he will not collect more than 100. Highest 80, 90. Mikel Obi play for Chelsea the whole team. Mikel Obi not even collect more than 100. So are you telling me if Mikel is playing today, of the player of the caliber, Mikel must collect more at least 200 to 150 to 200. So things don't change, you say. So for it to negotiate about their wages or their salary, they will be negotiating. Then if these people don't increase the competition that we play, you'll be complaining. For me, anybody that doesn't want to play football again, let the person retire and look for another thing. Don't be only them get career. Some other people get career harder than football, and they will make lesser money, very, very, very lesser money. Football na blood money now, so let them work. Thank you.
All right, Simon. Appreciate you for dropping by. These things you're okay. Let me keep taking calls. Let me take this call. Okay, I lost it. You can't call back. I think I had a message I skipped from the SMS portal. This one says, "Greetings, man. Wesabi. I beg, your man not too fine." Oh. Okay. Okay. I've seen your message. No, wala. Your number ends. I don't want to call your name for obvious reasons. we don't actually welcome things like this via official phone lines, okay? I don't want to call your name for obvious reasons. I'm sure you know your number ends with 4930, okay? 4930. I know you know yourself. We don't actually entertain things like this via official platform, okay? But I don't know. I feel like I'm compelled to make an exception. So send what you're supposed to send, okay? Send what you're supposed to send. I'll just leave it at that. 4930. But next time, please, we don't entertain things like this via official platform, okay? So I've seen you. He said, "Greetings, man. We sabi. I beg your man and hey, you know the remaining part of the message." 4930. So send a follow-up message to that your message. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So let me take this call. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening.
I hear you, especially.
I greet you well. My name is Longman.
Okay, Longman, talk more here.
I want to talk now, very small thing, man. I beg, just make the time us with the color so that other people can have chance to contribute.
Okay.
Because people can engage this thing for only because, you know. So please, I beg, what I want to say, can you please update me in a manual transfer, beg?
Okay. No, Allah.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Longman. You too have a wonderful day. But nothing. The only update you have give for Man United injury update. Only that one I give for Man United injury for the even the new person with it. Okay, now only Joshua 6 away. I know say never get injury. Lenny don't go injury. 3 months out here. Rashford, Marcus Ireland injury. So, but I heard that Man U have gone for a second bid for Matthias De Ligt. Matthias De Ligt and Masraoui.
Yeah. But I think there's advanced talk with Mazraoui because I think United are trying to go let Amseka go to West Ham for I think £50 million, and then to get the man in as soon as possible. Because according to reports, Tekak says he needs the man before the Community Shield, and so that's the update from United.
So that's the update. Another bid, should be improved bid this time for Matthias De Ligt and Nosa Masraoui. So those are the updates. Apart from that one, na injury. Now I fit tell you about. I don't miss that call. Okay. Osas, Today FM will pay you. We are looking at something in the region of.
No call waiting will cause trouble.
But whatever I want to pay you, probably say you go start show by 6 in the morning. Kelly no call you for Monday.
And a court of arbitration for talk.
You will start show by 6 a.m. You end by 4. I understand. Then you go sleep small. 11. You go join Amaka for lovey dovey.
Till the next morning.
What's that there? I want their management on your behalf.
Court of arbitration for talk.
Good evening. Hello? Yes.
Good evening.
You're welcome.
Yes, my name is Francis.
Your name is waiting.
Francis calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Francis, talk. More could they hear you now? Osas day, Asha.
Make I tell you something. This football of nowadays, just that the coaches want to carry everything. They not even train players again. They just want to go to buy better players when they come put for the team, make they carry everything. And you will use one player to when you don't tire before you come bring another person. Nothing like that. It's football in there with Alex and at the winger with Mourinho, with Rafael Benitez, so they go for Liverpool that year now. If you reach Scottish Cup and the FA Cup, now small children, and then they go play that one. You reserve your first 11 when you reach Premier League and Champions League, so that they will feel rest. Now football now the money don't high. Why they not go bring up more matches for them? Money don't go up.
But wait, my brother. You know the question where I ask for this kind of thing.
Okay.
The question where I ask, be say last season where they play 32. They been get 32 teams for UEFA Champions League. You get any club will come and say because they play 32 teams, you know if you pay our players. You don't hear? You hear him?
No club will come out.
So you know things say. Wait now. You know things say. It means say. These people just want made him. Now them just want more money. They be like say club need the fee pay. You know reason I like that.
I know the reason I'm good like that too.
Okay.
Even the club says, okay, is there any club where disagree say let them not bring out more money? All of them go agree.
But there was actually a case. While a case been there, get people where carry them go court. See, I think it's whether a players union. I can't recall the name of the organization. Where carry them go court.
People carry them go court now. They go settle the matter now. Other team go agree. Now the people plenty pass. Not so. The people plenty pass. Say okay, not add more money. Or go add the more money. Because now the party would let them come stadium, let them generate more money, make everything they go well for them too. So that they say they will get their own money. You know understand?
Okay.
But me, I'm not going to like for this football again. They know they train players the way they train from academy again. If you see players who they come out from academy like this, what they be play for you? Yeah, you said you go to enjoy football now. Just that year them where they play football, where they football now football. Let you know be from academy where you come for Baka, then buy them. They don't buy them now. Until when you say you know they play again. Then you go to here now you can go.
All right.
So that is it now. So let them train players so that they will give us entertaining football. So could they enjoy the football.
When you want the players will say me they train, give you entertainment football. Then they tell you say we no go fit play you give you that entertainment football again because football too plenty, match is too plenty. You know they are. That's what they try to tell you that.
You know see that one I talked before. You get some best players who go feel rest. You go rest them.
Okay.
You go play them.
Okay.
For Carling Cup, you go bring academic players. Michael Overton with this what they call this guy Macheda. For my year, not be small children when they play all those ones. They carry them go play.
We don't hear you. Okay, we don't hear you. You do well. Thank you very much. Osas will continue with the calls. Is he going to take your reactions? There's the MPFL to discuss. There's the Falcons, and also Osas will continue with the conversation and the calls.
All right, a very, very good evening to each and every one of you. It's long overdue as we should have gotten straight into the Nigerian Premier Football League at this point in time. But good enough, we've still got the phone lines buzzing, and definitely I will be talking to you concerning what we have been discussing. Hello? Drop call situation. You can keep the calls coming in 0817 00 951 0810 9510 951. Reliable Reliance has been talking to us about players' wages and as it regards how much time they put in playing football. Hello, caller. Welcome. Good evening.
Let me tell you.
Okay, Simon. All right.
For 1 minute. The entertainment that has disappeared in football is not because of too much matches. For me, my own opinion, it's because of coaches' instructions. Because of coaches' instructions. You know, coaches now, football now has gone to, you know, when coach you must tell you, direct you how to play.
Right.
If you fail to do that, maybe the coach will bench you. You know, if person like Okota is playing in the ball today now, Okota will still show his skill, but he limit it just because he must play according to the coach's instructions. If he hang on the ball too much, the coach will say, no. That is the main reason why, not because of too much. What you have inside you have it inside you.
All right.
If they give some players a chance now, they will still want to dribble everybody in the pitch. So it's not because of coach's instructions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your call there, Simon. You can still keep the calls coming in 0817 00 951. My name is Osasi Hewin. Right now, I will be the man behind the console to drive you through this ever amazing and exciting world of football as we continue to talk matters involving football, but maybe this time we will switch or have our attentions fixed to the Nigerian scene. I've got Nelson Odia right here with me, as well as Chukwuzite and Alexandra. She's also here. She's the lady in the house right now. So together we'll take you from now up until 6 p.m. where you have the news by the top of the hour. Let's head back to the phone lines. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening.
Name, location?
This is Destiny calling from Ozoba.
Destiny from Ozoba. Go ahead.
Yes. I just want you to assist me on Chelsea update.
All right, for Chelsea's update, nothing really in the bag, except that I think they still have a chance to chase on Victor Osimhen if that exchange will be made between Victor Osimhen and Romelu Lukaku. But for now, Chelsea are not willing to cough out 100 million euros for that particular deal. So it's still they're still discussing about it. Yes, that's how it is for now.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much there for your call. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's switch things right now to the Nigerian scene.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
For the best sporting experience, always listen to Today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Onazio Genyedi, Super Eagles and Transfer Sport midfielder. I also listen to the show.
All right, let's start from the home front, which is the Nigerian Premier Football League, as it is 28 days to go as we look forward to the resumption of the Nigerian Premier Football League. The Premier Football actions are not really ongoing at the moment, but we've got a lot of underground warming actions going on. Remo Stars are the current champions for 2024, talking about the Value Jets Cup after defeating MPFL New Boys and Southwest rivals Ikorodu City in the finals. That was yesterday. The Sky Blue Stars reclaimed the title they won in 2022. That's exactly how it is. Now, as I said before, I've got Nelson right here. I've got Chukwuzite as well as Alex. Chuks, I'll start with you. Looking at what Remo Stars have been doing over the years. You just told me that they were a club instituted in 2004. Yes, but for the past 4-5 seasons, Remo Stars have always been within the corridors of greatness. I wonder how much they would stay within these corridors for greatness to begin to smell on them. But this is another trophy they have gotten at this point. Is it high time we say Remo Stars are ready? Or is it time for us to now say Remo Stars are ready to win the MPFL title?
I don't know. See, that's how football and how football actually works. And at some points, you see the changes in what they do, or changes in drop of form, and the bigger side actually step up with what they are doing. And so you have to understand that at different level, at different time, and different season, you have some step ups. You look at the last 2 seasons. That's 2018. Kwara United was the big fish. This from the small after getting their promotions. You have Bender Insurance was the 2021, 2020, 2020, the one that went on the unbeaten run. Then you have this season I just ended was Doma United. Even though they were relegated at the first half of the season, they finished third, and so they were actually good enough for themselves and did something good for themselves. So that's how it works. So you don't actually have to understand on the rate anybody on the league, and it's a marathon for Christ's sake. And so this is over 380 matches you have in the APFL, this coming MPFL season. And I think what they have been doing over a period of years, winning the Value Jets against the Ikorodu United, Ikorodu City, it does not actually give you round up what they can actually give us at the MPFL when the season resumes. And the likes of people that played, you said Rivers United was there, Emerick of Sudan was still there, I think other names, the junior brother of that's Beyond Limits was also there. So the names are good. The competition was good enough for them, but
was Beyond Limits actually there?
Yeah,
we didn't have. Okay, yeah,
they didn't play till the game.
Yes, Rivers United was there. Remo Stars,
the Shooting Stars,
Beyond Limits, Ikorodu City, Shooting Stars, Kwara United, and Ijebu United.
This is how the competition was also good. So you don't want to actually begin to narrate what they can offer, or what these other teams that in the league can offer. And moreover, they have finished, I think, in around the top 4 for the past 3 years, and that's the continuity we want to actually wait for and see them
continue to talk about the topical issues that will be unveiled right here. 0701 933 9962. too. You could be part of the conversation at any point in time from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, and be rest assured that I will take your messages as they come through. Later on, I will throw open the phone lines 0817 00 951, 0810 9510 951. Yeah, we're talking about the Nigerian Premier Football League. 31st of August, we will be having the league back again, actions back again, various clubs traveling here and there to ensure that they scamper or they try to get those very important 3 points. It could be at home, it could be away from home, or maybe you just settle for 1 point apiece. So that's from the 31st when we'll get actions back again on track. But for now, we are still having some pre-season tournaments, some pre-season competitions or cup competitions that we have our various teams involved in. And one of them is the Value Jets Cup, which Remo Stars did win, having Ikorodu City as the runners-up. Talking about Ikorodu City, that's another club side that we will be having our eyes on even when the season comes to play from the 31st of August, because they have been doing great things. We saw them from the Nigerian National League, that's the NNL. They came into the MPFL. They came alongside Remo Stars, or would I call it Kunle Solami's Beyond Limit Academy. But Beyond Limit Academy has fallen off the pecking order somewhere along the line, not because they were not able to replicate performances, or because they were too scared to bamba with the big boys, but they just had to turn off because it was going to be too much to handle Remo Stars and Beyond Limit Academy in the same top flight league. So the owner of or the primary financier of both club sides, Kunle Tsunami, decided to step one off. So Beyond Limits would definitely or would be going back to the Nigerian National League, that's the NNL, and maybe leaving that space for Heartland Football Club. That's what we have according to reports. So, but for now, we will look at Ikorodu City. They actually did pretty really good at this what's it called, Value Jets Cup. They ended as runners up, losing by 2 goals to 1 against an informed Remo Stars. So you just you can't blame them for losing to Remo Stars. Remo Stars are a bigger brother. They are a more informed side. Will I say a more informed side? They're a more constituted side, and they've got all the requirements. They've got all the experience as regards playing football at the topmost. But this Ikorodu City did beat Rivers United in the semi-finals by 3 goals to 2. They also beat Al Merrikh of Sudan. If you know about Al Merrikh of Sudan, they are not just pushovers. They beat Al Merrikh of Sudan also in the group stage. The same Al Merrikh of Sudan that did beat Remo Stars in one of the legs they both played. Both clubs played. So you can see that Ikorodu City means business coming into the MPFL. Nelson, looking at Ikorodu City, it's a very good way to start off. Yes, the league hasn't started off, but it's a very good way to start off your rumbling with the big boys in the league. You saw them now with Rivers United. They did beat Rivers United 3 goals to 2, making a statement. Al Merrikh also making a statement. Gave Remo Stars a good fight. I think along the line, they also beat... that should be Kwara United. Along the line, this is another MPFL side. So now, how would Ikorodu City be building on these improvements or these performances come the resumption of the new season?
This is about the league now. At this point in time, you are seeing a very tough battle, but they are proving that they can come into the MPFL and show great sense of position, great sense of fighting spirit, because you beating Rivers United, a club that has been there for a very long time, and you just been formed at what year, 2022? Yes, that was when the club was formed, 2022, and you are coming against a big side like Rivers United and other big side in the MPFL. You want to show them that you can be able to fight for that trophy. You want to show them that you can be able to end at least even in the top flight of the table. So it's a very good one for the Ikorodu City boys. I just like the way the young lads are doing nowadays, because we are seeing a very young formidable team coming up to the MPFL, and this is showing a kind of sense of what what the young lads can do to football. If you have young people in your team, they tend to bring more energy and more synergy to the team. So Ikorodu City is one team I look out for. Credit to Bright, the head coach of that team, because he has shown that he can use these boys and be able to create something magical in the MPFL. I'm looking forward to them next season. With this, I think they can be able to end up in the top half of the table if they can be able to control the season, because this is the MPFL season. This is where you have to show your strength in, because it's a full long season where injuries will come up, a lot of things will come up. So you have to prove that I can be able to stay in the MPFL and show that I'm one of the top dogs in MPFL.
Okay, and let's look at how that one goes, because the MPFL season is a very, very long one, very long one. So many things you see within the season.
That expectation from next season is too much. It's way too much from Ikorodu City. Yeah, to be told, they have done friendlies that should not be counted as anything. Seriously, I always use this Nigeria as an example. They will always win.
Why would you say friendlies should not be counted as anything?
It cannot be counted as anything.
Why should you say?
I'm coming.
No, give me your point.
I'm coming. Argentina versus Nigeria. Well, how many? We won them.
Why would you want to use one?
I'm coming.
Why would you want to use one?
See, allow it to land.
Okay, go ahead.
Friendly. Super Eagles versus Argentina. We won them 4-2 prior to the World Cup, and the World Cup we didn't even get a point against them.
I don't understand. You didn't get a point.
You didn't get them a point in the game.
Them. What did
we lost? 2-1.
2-1. You can say
the loss was still a loss, and we are knocked out of the group stage of the World Cup. True or false? True. Basketball friendly, the USA versus South Sudan, they lost by 1 point, and
but when it got to the Olympics,
the main Olympic, we are blown up by 2 points. So it's I would say it's friendlies. Our friendlies. What which team will ever mention again? I think friendly against United against. I think which club again? I think United blew out that club.
What about friendlies between countries like Spain and other countries that they live up to expectations? So why would you call it? It's 11 men against 11 men.
Friendly should be used for fine-tuning of the players' strength, physicality, and maybe increasing cohesion and every other thing.
Right.
So if you're counting friendlies for maybe win a trophy in a friendly and you're making noise, my brother, it's not counted, please. For me, I will not even try it. Then you look at maybe what he perform. As like I said, it's performance based. Friendly should be performance based. For Christ's sake, it should not be anything above this. I coach choose this and as okay, this is what I want to do with my players. This is what after you see a friendly, you can do up to 15 substitution. Because even the officials don't even care. So this is what it is. But for the Ikorodu City, I did associate with the coach Bright Ozabage. Yeah, I think I hope I don't murder his name. But he has a lot to say. See, they are a typical defensive side, and so they didn't even win didn't lose the game at home. But in the MPFL, I think it's going to be a very tough task to actually think about them making the top 10. I think the first things first is let's survive this season. That's the first plan for Ikorodu City. That should be the first plan for Ikorodu City. And then at least try to get at least 15 points away from home. 15 points away from home. In the typical MPFL, if you can get up to 15 points, that's you have done a massive boost for yourself in even surviving the relegation. And I feel.
What do you mean by you're talking about 15 points away from home? How many teams have gotten 15 points away from home?
I'm saying last season we had about 15. Anybody had more than 15 points away from home.
No. Let me clear you on that. 15 points away from home is 15 draws. Or
no, not 15 draws. I got wins.
5 wins. Did they muster 5 wins away from home?
They had three wins. That's 9.
That's 9.
Plus, I think how many does did they get? Even the Bayelsa United. Bayelsa United had I think 3 wins.
Anybody had up to 15 points.
I think someone had double figures of points. Unless I'm mixing it up. I think it's Remo Stars or any good Rangers when they did that unbeaten run. I think that should be the people. I think they had over that double figures of points in the MPFL last season. And so you say most likely if you can get that points. So I'm looking at the away table. Yes, anybody had 15 points away from
15
home.
15 points away from home.
Yes, and any Rangers topped that table with 17 points away from home. And so Bayelsa United was 13 points. Shooting Stars was 4th with 12 points away from home. Kwara United was 9th and 5th with 11 points. Shem's points with Sunshine Stars. So it's the same thing. If you can get to 15 points, yeah, you see their mates. Maybe actually had Gobe United had 2 points away from home. Heartland had 4 points away from home. Sporting Lagos had 4 points away from home, and that's why they are relegated. And so you look at the standings. Heartland or Rivers United will survive because of their strength at their home ground. I'm looking at the Cities. I'm looking at them and saying, see, you play against Eimba at home, you play against Rangers at home, you play against Rivers United and Remo Stars at home. You put United and put them in the mix, Aqua United and the rest of them. But truth be told, if you can get at least, I'm saying 15 points because that should be the minimum or maximum. If you can get less than 15 points, it's not a problem. You have to actually get points away from home to actually survive the relegation this season and solidify yourself as a big ten, like what Nelson was saying. To finish 4th or 5th, it means that they're going to win at least 70% of their home games. Then get like favorable results around the grounds, because you know the typical MPFL seasons, home win, win. Even though we had a lot of points away from home this season, and so I think they have to actually end it calm. They can't actually begin to think of going above top there for now. Yeah, the coach said something about their defensive abilities. He's doing this and doing that for the friendlies and the rest of them. Yeah, as I said earlier, you can't count friendlies as anything. For Christ's sake, it should just be used for the performance based, fine-tuning of the players, doing the small touches and increasing cohesion in the team. But anything apart from that, that's where you put yourself under pressure, because them finishing the finals of the Value Jet Cup, when you have the likes of Amarik of Sudan, the University Shooting Stars, Remo Stars at themselves, should make them feel too big. But see, actually look back and say this is our level, this is where we are, and this is what we can actually do when the season starts.
For me, I would say you are saying preseason does not count. For me, I would say preseason in every competition. If you are going to a season, you are coming from NNL position. You are coming from NNL, the underdogs of MPFL, and you are coming to a Premier League and to the MPFL side where you see tougher opponents like the Eimba squad or the Remo Stars, which you just lost to. If you are able to at least match up to this opponent, show them that yes, you are one of the big boys. Even if you are just coming from the NLL, you can show them that you can match up to them. It will not only give you a boost or give you the sense of maturity, it will also give you the sense of will I say verge of winning something. Like, how will I put it for you, Chooks? It will give you the sense of at least we can be able to match up with people. These people are not. We should not be scared of them, even if we meet again in any competition. So preseason, no doubt, is for to know players or to get players to play with your formation or something like that. But also, let's look at preseason and another limelight. Preseason is to help the players to get ready for the season to come. You are going to preseason to show that at least we can. If you are facing a team like maybe let's go down to Celtic against Man City. Celtic won Man City, Celtic won Chelsea. When you are going to the season and you are played the big boys, you are match up to them, even though it's the preseason, you can say yes, we can carry this kind of happiness that we are going to the MPFL now as a club that can match up any team in the MPFL table, even if it's the preseason, no doubt. But we can go to the MPFL with our heads high and say we have beat Rivers United, we have beat Korea United. Let's go to the MPFL. We can do it. It will give some kind of relief to your boys, and like it will give kind of relief to your players and to the entire fans as a whole, that at least we can match up to them. So preseason is not only for maybe training the players to be good with the synergy or to be good with the ball or something else. It also help a player or the team to be able to be united and to have the kind of sense of feeling that if we are going to a competition like the MPFL or a league like MPFL, we can match up to the energy if we can be able to stay focused and stay devoted with our work. So preseason for me is one thing that any club that has done well in the preseason, though you look back and say Chelsea did won the preseason cup and they never do well in the Premier League. That's one thing that everybody is looking out to. But if no doubt, Tottenham won the club in the season. Even Man City is yet to win in any preseason game, but they'll still win the league. No doubt, that was preseason. But if a team like Golden United coming from the NNL, you go to the MPFL and you beat a team like Rivers United, beat a team like Korea United, beat a team from Sudan, though it's a preseason, but it also give a player the kind of sense that we can match up to this energy, we can match up the energy of the MPFL, we can go out there and win trophies for ourselves, we can go out there and at least end up in the top half of the table. It's possible. The Korea City side, you said they did very well in the NNL. Coming to the MPFL, they want to prove something, and they are proving it. I think if they can be able to maintain this cohesion, they will do very well in the MPFL. Lastly,
simple and just lastly, I think I didn't say preseasons are just shouldn't be for. And I think the result I meant the results. Preseasons are meant for cohesion. I said it earlier. Preseasons are meant for performance-based. Performance-based includes the monster ability for the behaviors of the players, the ability for a player to actually think and say, "Yeah, I can actually make match to these clubs." But why I came in from is when Nelson actually said they should finish ahead of the top half of the table. You can't use preseason results as anything. It's not. It doesn't help matters. Yeah. The results will actually make these players believe in themselves, but truth be told, United actually was wiped in the Premier League game. That's 7 goals to 0 under Ten Hag, and in their preseason they lost. They won Liverpool 2 goals to 1. Is it preseason or that's the game that Sancho actually scored the dime? I think I'm mixing it up, or I think I will confirm that later. I think that's the game. I'm trying to figure it out. And Arsenal, Chelsea, they blew out everybody at their preseason cup. As I think that was an America tour, and everybody was demolished by Chelsea, and they won the cup. And to the league, they were struggling to finish ahead of United, even though the United season was also actually bad. And so you look at these teams and say this is the same team that actually did absolutely well at the preseasons. Preseasons will not give you anything apart from cohesion, apart from understanding your players, apart from the tactical abilities. They will not give you anything, fine-tuning the players, nothing else apart from this. Is when you now begin to look at the results you got in the preseasons and you say, yeah, I can match up to these players, I can match up to this club. Moreover, why do we have 15 changes in the preseasons? And that's the answer. Pep Guardiola has lost their 3 preseasons, and players he has been playing is Oscar Bob, Sergio Gomez, and the rest of them in the team. Enrico Lewis and the rest of them. Rodri has not come back from his holiday. If Foden is not yet back, the likes of KDB is not. I think he played their last. I think he played their last match. I'll confirm that later too. So these are players that are there. You can't. Erling Haaland is training with the club, but the team. So what else do you think president will do? It's just to implement your philosophy, try to make players understand this and that and little tricks. But if you go beyond this, you begin to understand, thinking that I've beaten Rivers United on preseason, I can do that. I can match them up. If we will get wiped, you'll be beaten real life. It's that how it is. I use the situation of South Sudan and USA just happened, which how many weeks ago they were blown out. That's how it was bad. Even on USA versus Serbia, Serbia was also blown out by USA. Shows you that this team, they know how to play preseason, they know how to play results oriented games. So it's a different ball game together. Just like telling me to go for an errand, or let me read the book. I'm going to an holiday lesson. I know in my mind the holiday lesson assignment, I should submit it. But when it's the main classwork, the exam focused games, promotion exams, I read double times what I've reading before. Promotions games, when you're writing like normal situations, you read times 2 of everything you have read. And then when you're writing the mass school exams, you might actually feel real at some point. But that's the difference between the preseason and the main season game. So I think it's that's more than expectation, big expectations from City. I thankfully and fortunately for me, I did exclusive with the coach himself, and I think he actually told us to see tamper our expectations. What they're actually going is to just go there one time as a game, and we just try to get something nice, like surviving this season in the MPFL, and maybe from there they build up to what the Ramos have been doing.
All right, and for another team I will look at before we go, it's Rivers United. New gaffer, new coach, new manager in the person of Coach Finidi George. It would have been a very, very good opportunity for him to win his very first trophy for Rivers United. I've seen a lot of managers come in like that. You come in and next week you take part in a particular tournament and you win your first trophy for your club. It would have been a very, very good one for him to win his first trophy for Rivers United. But unfortunately, he lost to Ikorodu City by 3 goals to 2 in the semi-finals of this Value Jet Cup. What does that tell you about his situation and the situation of the team going into the new season, Alex?
Well, what happened in the previous season has happened. In this new season, we're expecting him to bring some new changes in his coaching tactics, and he should arrange his players properly and to match up the situation, because losing, mostly now that people don't like him here in Nigeria, losing is going to be very bad. I think it was just last season and this season again. So I just feel he should just bring up a new plan, strategy to win up these upcoming matches and give us quality results, because that's what we need.
Okay, quality result definitely is what we need right here from the Garden City, or call it River State, because everyone in Rivers State talking about football would definitely want to see Rivers United do pretty well, and it's going to be basically the best reply to some of his critics. Imagine if Coach Finidi George gets to win the MPFL 2024-2025 season. It will be saying a lot of things to so many persons that have criticized
which he will not. Which he will not win.
Why are you saying it's not possible?
He's not going to win.
Why are you saying it's not going to be possible?
What the Rivers have done with the transfer they have made, it means that the man is handicapped. There's no way you can't let your best player, your best midfielder, Alex Oyuwa, to Remo Stars. What do you want to win? What do you want to win?
I don't understand. Is the transfer window closed?
What Rivers said we did the transfer window?
Is the transfer window closed?
I'm not saying anything. No, I will not hear. We will report them. See,
when he won the league with Eyimba, he didn't have any big player in quotes.
Pascalese.
He didn't have what I mean.
Chijo Mbama.
Chijo Mbama was there,
has been there.
But Victor, was it Victor?
No,
Victor Mbama left.
Chijo Mbama
before
is there.
Chijoke came up.
Pascalese
so you can actually say
Dayo. Is it under 17 midfielder? What's his name again?
These were players that just came into the scene. Not like what was the name of the Eyimba captain that left when he came in? The one I had on one of the shows here.
Is it
Austin Oladapo left. When you're talking about Austin Oladapo, those are the kind of big names you're talking about. But he did it with Eyimba.
I did not say.
So why would you be saying
the transfer being made for Rivers United is looking so? See, it's terrible. You have let half of the bulk of the team go. Imawangwa, according to the report, is on a free transfer. Victor Sachima is on free transfer. What's the player that went to Simba FC?
But you might not out of the team.
And Andy Ope is almost out, according to the report, almost out of the team. You let your best midfielder and Alex Oyuwa leaving the team to Remo Stars. So what do you want the man to beat from? What's the expectations? I like when you are being objective or being be real to yourself or accept the fact of what you are actually going to be doing. Rivers United should not be expecting anything from this man this season. This season that we just do test run. Let's do the test. Let's see what he can do. But the expectation should be, don't relegate us no matter what. No matter how bad the season goes. It should not be relegating us, and that's it. That's the bit of, because I've seen the transfer being made. Even Rivers United transfers, I'm seeing nothing. Or maybe you say the media has not been helping.
There's a certain Anyekeme Okun who has left Remo Stars and joined Rivers United.
I think at least unless
there are two players also that were unveiled. That was 4 days ago. Let me get their names. There's a Taiwo. Okay. Let me quickly.
I had the list of players that I think bulk of the players. I think let me just check. Let me check. I'll confirm that later. Let me check.
Abdul Rafael Taiwo from Abia Warriors has also joined Rivers. Ibrahim Payos from Kano Pillars have also moved to Rivers United. So there are some. The Pride of Rivers are also doing.
They're doing business, but
what doing business doesn't mean that.
Okay, let me. These are the names. Farouk Mohammed is out of Rivers United. Apia Emmanuel is also a free contract agent. Sachima Victor, Seydou Matau Kuli, and Bernard Yao, Ukeme Williams, and Tega Batume, William Sunday, Eze Goswill, Madu Chamaka, Akande Abiodun, Kazi Iyenaya, Imawangwa, and Shadrach Azebu. I hope I don't murder their name. And this is the names. These are the names of players that are actually free on transfers, according to the reports. And most likely, I don't know how it works or how they are trying to sustain this, because if you get 14 players out of your team, plus the names I've ruled out, Oyuwa, Ejefa, what's the other name that's about to leave, the striker from Remo Stars, and the Ope, who according to the report, that rejected some of money from what's the club that was coming from South Africa. I think I'll record that name later. So that's the Super Sports United too. So I don't know. See, you have to actually be logical. You can't let the bulk of your team that was doing something wonderful. The last season, this team was here and they finished in the top bottom of the half table, and it's terrible. So how do you expect the build-up to start immediately? What they should expect is that let me just start. Let's see how it goes after the end of the season. Then we'll give him his report sheet or report card. But anything above, let's finish top 10, top 5, it should be not. Please that objective to him. What you should just add is, please, anyhow, this season is so bad. don't be relegated. That's simple.
Osas, for me, I'll say Phil George for me. He's a very standard coach, no doubt. He has done it to Enyimba. He knows the MPFL very well. He knows how to play around the MPFL league. So let's just, as Strict has said, let's just give the man a break, because the side squad I'm seeing is 44 side squad, and 25.8. The age of the players are good, and you are coming to MPFL league where you have already played before with Enyimba side. They have won it, and Rivers United is one of the big clubs in the MPFL. But will that stain of the Super Eagles be on him at this point in moment? I don't know. I don't know if he can prove himself as one of the top coach again as he has done before. But for me, I would say Premier George is what I say, a very unique coach. Let's just see how this season will be for him. But let us not put the expectation that it's going to be a very good season for him. But let us see if he will be able to last Rivers United in the season in the MPFL, because all eyes are on him. No coach in MPFL that is under pressure like Queen George at this point in time, because he had a failed stint at the Super Eagles. Coming to the Rivers United team now, you want to prove that you are one of the best coaches you were before. So let's just see how this season is going to go, and it's going to be a very interesting season to watch.
All right, you can be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. The question here right now is looking at the Rivers United setup under Coach Finidi George. Do you see Rivers United competing for or even winning the MPFL title for the 2024-2025 season? Let me know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Also, we've talked about Ikorodu City. Are you an Ikorodu City fan? If yes, how far do you see Ikorodu City going in the new season? They finished runners-up at the Value Jets Cup won by Remo Stars. And it's actually a good way to announce your presence in a big way in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Though some of the guys in the studio have said that it's just a one-off, it's a friendly, and we shouldn't take too much considerations into it. But it's a new club coming into the MPFL, and they could do wonders. If you see them doing wonders, and you know they will do, let me know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. We also looked at Remo Stars. How far do you see them going? Too much of time around the winning corridors. Is it time for Remo Stars to be crowned the winners of the MPFL trophy? Can they do it this season? Let me know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. As before we leave the Nigerian Premier Football scene, we have the MPFL team social media presence numbers. What that means is yesterday it was put together, the MPFL clubs and how much followership they have over social media. Now, it might look funny to you, but social media is a very, very important part of any football club. If you look at the top 20 football clubs in the world and their followership, you can see that the likes of Arsenal have got 104.1 million followers. FC Bayern Munich has got 130 million followers on social media. Liverpool 136, Juventus 147, Chelsea 151.7 million followers, Manchester City 156.3 million followers. So you can see the biggest of them all is Manchester United with is that the biggest of them? No, the biggest of them all is Real Madrid with 415 million followers, followed by Barcelona with 391.7 million followers. Then Manchester United, the biggest in the English Premier League, with 227.5 million followers. Now, how good this is for football clubs is that you keep very good communications with your fans, and it goes a long way to state your worth. When it regards football, it states your worth as it regards football. Yes, and you make a lot of money. Now, who doesn't know these days that you make a lot of money from social media? So let's look at what we have from the Nigerian scene, talking about the teams, the various MPFL teams and their social media presence as regards or in terms of numbers. Enyimba is on top with about 366.6 thousand. I know you're expecting millions.
Which magic? Where the magic?
You're expecting millions. Enyimba is the biggest with 366.
That's across
all of them. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, X. Yes, 366.6 million followers.
Sorry,
I said million. What's going on? 366.6 thousand followers. Yes. And Remo Stars is next with 184.9 thousand followers. Rivers United in third place with 141.7 thousand followers. Rangers International 119.7 thousand followers. Lobby Stars completes the top 5 with 116,000 followers. That's how it is for the top 5. Now there are other teams there. Aqua United 6, Shooting Stars 7, Kwara United 8. Beyond Limits found their way into 9, and Sunshine Stars 10. I'm looking for Sporting Lagos. I've not seen with all the balls, and also Remo Stars with all the balls still could not. Is it up to half? Yes, it's up to half. They are halfway gone as regards what Eyimba controls. Eyimba not so much in the faces of every person, but you still have them with a 366.6 thousand followers. So it's but the question here, Chooks, is look at what I mentioned for European clubs. Look at what I'm mentioning for Nigerian clubs. And we want to be like these European clubs when we grow up. How far are we away from growing up?
A lot. I see we are 10,000 miles away from growing up. Like I think we have more than.
Meaning we are not exploring our social media space.
Let's use example. Rivers United. Well, let's use example. But I'll use that.
Sorry, let me ask you. Do you follow Rivers United?
Yes.
No, it's a straight bullet. Do you follow Rivers United?
Yes.
Do you follow Rivers United? Where do you follow? What social media? We are going to sample you on air right now. Do you follow Rivers United?
Yes. What did they give me with? What did they feed me with? If I follow them, what did they feed me with?
Okay.
I put it on their channels or WhatsApp. What did they feed me with?
Okay.
What's the blue moon? They come and give me. Please, you're not serious in this country, I beg. The thing is that our media are not trying. But you say, kudos, even the embassy of I've recently said some balls, you can't actually begin to. I think it's more likely that you see a change this season, because I think the balls with what's their name again, Sporting Lagos actually opened the eyes of a lot of media officers, and so it's official. I follow Rivers United. So it's not. So it's I follow almost, I think more than half of the MPFL clubs, apart from those that are not actually on the.
So it's a call to every one of you out there. It's one thing to talk about Nigerian Premier Football League club sides. You should have a club side by now. It's not all about Arsenal, Manchester United, Manchester City, Chelsea, Barcelona. I think we should also show some love to our Nigerian Premier Football League side. Go out there. It's not difficult. Even if you don't go out to watch these matches, go on your social media handles or platforms, search for them and follow them.
What did they give you?
You mustn't. How many things has Manchester United given to their followers?
This is friendly alone.
How
Even
many things have they given to them?
This morning they posted a lot of things in the social media. When Bruno came back from the holiday,
that's info, right? But you're saying, what do they give?
It's not give. That's information.
You're
about giving, not
information.
Information. Give
follow Remo Stars. You get information about.
How do you unveil your players? You mentioned 3 players that they unveiled. 3 players at the bottom. How do we know?
Follow them first. Now.
I'm following them. I did not see anything.
Encourage people to follow them first.
I'm not saying.
Encourage people to follow them.
If you follow them, I'm following them. I'm following them. I follow them since maybe say due to the work.
It's an encoururagement. On a serious note, away from the jokes.
Yeah, apart from the jokes,
pretty very serious. The only way we could support our Nigerian Premier Football League sides 100% is to ensure that you give them that followership. It's not difficult. Go out there, go on your social media platforms, follow them. Even if, yes, we know very well that the content's being created.
When last the Kwara United post something on the X handle? No, I said a free handle. When last the Kwara United posted something on their X handle? That's like that.
But follow them. What I'm saying is follow them. These things will improve.
Yeah,
it will definitely improve.
We are hoping.
I believe in the 1930s, Chelsea, Manchester United were not as social. We're not as information. Early 90s.
Yes, no, early 2000s.
Also, I'm looking at the Chelsea's page now on this. I'm looking at Chelsea's page now online, and I'm seeing something different. Like even if they're not playing friendlies or not playing matches, at least they are showing content,
conversations with their coaches, the players.
Is okay. Honorable, off your mic. Off your mic. We are going to get there but show the support.
We are sluggish.
We might be sluggish, but we are going somewhere.
See, it's something. Look at what Sporting Lagos did this season. It came from the NLF for Christ's sake. And you have the bigger boys who were here for the past 2 seasons. Like I used Rivers United as an example. We can't actually get good information from Rivers United.
But Rangers International have been doing very well on the social media space.
This season.
If you don't follow them,
friendlies, they do highlights of their games and every other thing.
Rivers United have been pretty
they're trying
decent.
They've been decent. Not even decent. They're trying.
They've been decent.
Just pictures we see on them doing training. Okay, I think that was
they talked about the Value Jets Cup. Go now and check.
That was yesterday. I said yesterday they posted something on that training. All the pictures, just pictures. That's what they did yesterday.
They've been decent.
The Monsters is another club.
Abia Warriors also.
Abia Warriors too
have been decent.
Rivers United, they are doing, but I can't actually use this as a yardstick. For Christ's sake, Sporting Lagos came in from the NLL and over almost outclassed everybody. Right. How they dressed up, how say any good Rangers for Christ's sake, they even do from that landing to where they're going to the airport, and they're dressing everything. But can we actually see this majority of the MPFL clubs? Do we have club? You have major officers, but I think first of all you look at the job mentioned. It's most likely that we feel that our clubs can actually give us most information. And if you look at preseason, post interviews. Where do we get post interviews for Christ's sake? It's not through our colleagues. We ask them, please how far? Send me the MPFL boys they went to cover your match. We can't see them on their platforms. Right. We can't. And so that's the first thing first. Start putting your post interviews and free interviews on your platform. That's not so far. I think the job hard for us.
Okay. But I believe and I strongly have that will I call it that feeling that we're going to get better. So, but I still stand on it. Go out there, support any MPFL club of your choice. Follow them on their social media handles. Let's see how we can raise them up. You can see what's happening in Europe. Real Madrid, 405 million followers over social media. And Eimba, the most we have here, 366.6 thousand followers.
Journalist is higher than a club in Nigeria.
It's well, we are getting somewhere. Anyway, let's leave the scenes of the Nigerian Premier Football League and talk other footballing issues. I'll just let you in on this particular one before we talk. The Super Eagles of Nigeria's coach Christopher Musa Danjuma has expressed confidence in his Nigerian under 20 girls, I beg your pardon, as the ever-present Falconets intensify preparations for this year's FIFA under 20 Women's World Cup finals taking place in Colombia. It's going to run from the 31st of August to the 22nd of September. The two-time silver medalists will contend with Germany, Venezuela and Korea Republic in Group D of the first tournament to welcome 24 teams. It used to be 16 before, but now they've got a handful, 24 teams. How well can the Super Falcons, I'm calling them the Super Falcons, how well can the Falconets, I don't blame myself because the ladies have been doing pretty well these days for Nigerian football. So how well can the Falconets do the business in Colombia? Can they this time break all bounds and get the ultimate prize, which is the trophy, the FIFA Under 20 Women's World Cup trophy? Let's see how that one goes. But let's talk the Super Eagles of Nigeria at this point.
Nigeria, we do one for 2013, do one for 1980, and we need to let them know, say, Nigeria be African Giants.
Yes, we are the African Giants, but as it still stands, we are waiting for a coach that will lead the African Giants ahead. Whether you call it a coach, you call it a manager, you call it a gaffer, no issues, but give us one. That's what we are crying to the Nigerian Football Federation. As reports from Sports Microblog, OwnGoalNigeria.com indicates that the technical committee of the Nigerian Football Federation has recommended former Mali coach Eric Chelle as the new coach of the Super Eagles. They had their recommendations from a possible 3, including Steve McLaren, Tom Saint-Fit and Eric Chelle. Steve McLaren has left them and he has gone to Jamaica to become the coach of the Jamaican national team. Then Tom Sanfiet is still holding on to Philippines in case the NFF, because he has heard something about the NFF, in case they decide to do you, the more you look, the less I see. I'll just return back to Philippines and continue. But there is Eric Chelle, and the technical committee has said Eric Chelle is the man for us. They have recommended him, they have submitted that on the table of the president of the Nigerian Football Federation in the person of Ibrahim Musa Gusau, and they are waiting for approvals. That's what it is now. That's why Gusau said in a couple of about 5 days, which I think elapsed yesterday, would have known who the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria would be. So it's just for him to approve, and they announce who the coach is. But now this is the twist. Ibrahim Gusau has another coach in mind and would gladly rule over the committee's recommendation to give it to that particular coach. This is what he did with Coach Finidi George. And according to OwnGoalNigeria.com, Lightning wants to strike twice. You're laughing. Lightning wants to strike twice. And if it strikes twice, definitely we know what the result will be.
It will be bad.
Okay. So,
normally.
The technical committee has said Sanfiet is the man that they need at this point in time. This is the man that they feel has the technical know-how to tinker the Super Eagles of Nigeria or guide them through every qualifiers, including the AFCON and the FIFA World Cup qualifiers. And President of the NFF, Ibrahim Musa Gusau, is of the opinion that he has somebody in mind. And this, I don't think, is going to augur well for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Chooks, why do we keep playing with time? There is no time. We are still playing hanky-panky. Why?
God's time is the best.
God's time is the best.
Yes.
All right.
I see. That's why we have found ourselves with this situation. I think I'm sorry. I said it last 2 weeks. I see. There's no need of expecting anything from Super Eagles of Nigeria again. The World Cup, we should set our mind that we are not going to the World Cup.
But if you don't go to this World Cup, how about the next World Cup? If you decide to, the way you have always been saying it, zero your mind. It is Nigerian football. You must see. If there is a rot, you must correct it. So, what are we going to do?
Calm down, watch now. Like I said, God time is the best. I can't see. There's a lot of say undoing from ourselves. We messed up when we saw that Pesero contract was actually going to expire after the AFCON, and we didn't go for the best. And maybe the local coaches went for Finidi George, and yeah, the man did his wonders. It's the 2 qualifiers, and he didn't win one. Yeah, he lost against Mali prior to the qualifiers, and so the man, after the hits from the Nigerian fans and everything, the man chose to resign and left the position since. And what is in the mind of the NFF or the committee, it's baffling that this is how many months plus now. I was part of those that said we should not cause any reasonable alarm when they didn't approach any coach at the end of June. I said you should relax. Maybe you're going for the best, and this is not going for the best again. This is going for danger. This is like someone who is planning to fail. Like we are actually sitting down and choosing to fail. We actually just this is what it's looking like, that the NFF and all the technical committees that, or the footballing body that runs the NFM, the Nigerian Super League, or the Super Eagles of Nigeria, has chosen to fail woefully, and that's it. Because how on earth do you do this? This is just less than 1 month to 1 month. Yeah, there's 1 month plus to the qualifiers again for the AFCON, and this is the leg we are actually going. We couldn't win the Rwanda of Rwanda, Zimbabwe with even a coach, and we are going to the qualifiers without a coach again.
All right.
So we lost. We couldn't win there with a coach, and so with a coach here in the first row, and Finidi George actually came to cement our place that we're not going to go to the World Cup, and so it's heartbreaking. I can't say more than this, because what the man said was to give us 5 days, and if 5 days as a lap, we will give him grace of extra time, maybe 2 minutes extra time, which means 2 days extra time.
Right.
And so by Tuesday, Wednesday, if we can't see anybody, it's not about the issue. Is how on earth do we do this? A technical committee is being set up, for Christ's sake, is set up to get the best coaches in hand, and if president of a federation is saying another thing, that he has another coach in mind, See, any coach that they bring is fine. Nigerians will not actually want to fail again. That's it. Nigerians have feel the emotions when you talk about footballing aspect, and so what you should get for is going for the best. And if you're going to take a long time to get the best, but it's accepted by me. You're going to take a long time. It's accepted by me because the qualifiers, Nigeria or whatever you do, see, it's not going to be. We have less than even though we have a coach even from the last 2 months, we are not playing any games. So you are not playing any games, and so even though you have a coach, there's nothing going to be happening in the super national team. And so even though that qualifiers, you have just how many days to just train, because that's the season must have been ongoing by that time. And so what you get is just the brief small tactics. This is what I want. This is what I want, and that's how the players actually play. It's now down to the players' philosophy and how they play and how they are good enough to interpret this philosophy on the pitch of play. And so that's what many coaches we actually do. But the painful part is that when they get a when they use all this time to give me a coach that I'll be disappointed. That's now I think I'll resign from anything watching Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Okay, but Nelson, let me come to you. Who's got, looking at what's going on now within the setup of the Nigerian Football Federation, who has got the prerogative in picking the coach within the NFF? This is the president of the NFF looking at overruling what the technical committee has done. There should be a case where things are done properly. Even if you are you are at the ultimate of authorities, there should be a watchdog that should tell you you're going beyond your boundary. So who has got the prerogative in getting a coach for the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
For me, I would say it's obviously the committee, the technical directors of the Nigerian Super Eagles, because they'll go to research and find who is best suited for this job. We have called many names in the past. Havinad is one coach you look out for to coach the Super Eagles, but his salary or what you say, the release clause for him is too high. It's too high because we cannot be paying up to a certain amount of money that is bigger than what we paid for the judge. So it's going to be too high. If you don't know Eric Chella is someone who coached the Mali side in the AFCON. We watched him in the AFCON. He was good with the Mali side. He was the one that they were putting water on his head when he lost to, I don't know the certain country he lost to. Ivory Coast, yes. They were putting water on his head when he lost to that match. And it was a very close match. It was a very, very close, slim match. I think he lost the match 2-1 or something like that. So you are seeing a coach that is determined like this, and the Mali Federation has let it believe, and if Nigeria Super Eagles can land this coach, it's going to be a good one. But whereas the fact that the so-called NFF chairman Ibrahim Gosu is trying to pull out a wild card, and saying that he has someone in mind. I know the only person he has in mind now is to bring a coach from the from the MPFL again. And if he does that, we are not even going to be counting a qualification in the FIFA, or even in the AFCON, or qualify for the AFCON again, because it's going to be very bad to see another coach.
He hasn't said that. He hasn't said from the NPFL, and you just cannot say from the NPFL. Okay, because I don't know who has got that qualification to.
The only person that was on the shortlist was only Havinad. We know that is one of the top dogs in AFCON when it comes to African football and all the rest. So Havinad, if you are saying okay, you can't bring in Eric Chella to coach the Super Eagles, let's bring in Havinad. I think that's what we want to do. Maybe we don't know what is in his mind, but prerogative to the fact that you are the NFF president don't give you the right to maybe it gives you a little right because you are in that position, but you also have to respect the choice of the technical directors or the technical committee of the Nigeria Super Eagles,
Nigeria Football Federation,
NFF, because I've gone into research. They took their time to search for who can be able to take up these roles. If you have let them do their job in the beginning, we'll not be talking of all this happening now. We'll be talking of a different kind of scenario or another thing. So if you have let them do the research in the beginning part of this, they will not have to do the job in the first place, and all this thing will not happen. So allow them. They've done the job now. They've brought in Eric Chella, a coach of their choice. Let us see how this coach will perform. We saw what he did in the AFCON with Mali. Decided that we didn't expect them to go very far. They went very far in the AFCON. He can do it to Super Eagles. Super Eagles have more squad depth than the Mali side. So give him the chance that he has proven himself in the AFCON. Give him this chance. Give the NFF committee the chance that yes, we have picked somebody with our own research, and we know he can do very well. So I think if you can give them this chance, I'm seeing the man doing very well for the Super Eagles for me.
All right, and let me get you all into the conversation. I mean, the listeners at this point. We'll throw open the phone lines and get your reactions to some of the topical issues we've been talking about. We started with the MPFL. We looked at some teams according to their performances in some of the preseason tournaments. Remo Stars winning the Value Jets Cup. Ikorodu City coming up runners-up. Rivers United somewhere within the mix, as well as some other clubs like Rangers and the rest of them. We also asked that question: who do you think Rivers United under Coach Finidi George can get their hands on the MPFL trophy for the 2024-2025 season? We have also looked at the Super Eagles of Nigeria, as we're looking at what's going on within the NFF concerning getting a coach for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Reports have it that the technical committee have chosen former Mali coach Eric Chelle as the coach to take the reins of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, being Ibrahim Musa Gusau, is not of the same opinion. He's got a coach within that he wants to take the reins. But we're asking, is this not doom? Do you still smell doom? Because this is something that transpired within the Coach Finidi George saga that brought Coach Finidi George in, and at the end of the day, this is what we got. So is this going to be another reoccurrence? 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. Hello, drop call situation. Keep the calls coming in. You could also be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. 0701-933-9962. Let me know your thoughts from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal also. All right, the phone lines are still open, be part of the conversation. We've talked a lot right from the beginning up to this point, so you could react to any of those talking points. MPFL, some of the clubs. Who's your MPFL club? We also talked about the MPFL clubs and their social media presence, and I did appeal to every one of us to pick a club and go follow. Hello, caller, welcome to the show. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Greg calling from Nigeria.
Great Way calling from, you said Great Way, right?
Gregory
calling from Nigeria. Wow. Gregory, welcome to, would I say, which part? Okay, welcome to Nigeria anyway. Gregory, go ahead.
Okay, I want to make a contribution concerning the Nigerian teams and their followership.
All right.
As, is it Christian? Who's there in the studio with you that said, rightfully said?
We have Chukwuzide, we have Nelson.
The information that these clubs dish out are really minute when you compare it to. If you go to the Turkish league, some of their teams, as little as these teams in their second tier division league, in the Turkish teams, in the Turkish league rather, the second tier teams, you see their input, you see their turnout of information. You go to Russia, you look at a B league team in Russia, you see the information they put out there. They buy players, these players come unveiling on social media, unveiling how much they bought the players, from medicals and everything. But here, almost they at all. Like, they are not even serious. They are not seeing the football as a business. They are not even seeing it as something they want to grow. You understand? So at the end of the day, you are not encouraging people to follow these things online. As the club, you are supposed to be the one encouraging people to do the following. Look at the post-match interviews, pre-match interviews. We know they scam. Who are our players? We don't know.
Okay.
They don't have billboards. Rivers United, I've never seen a billboard of Rivers United before. It's I'm back to Super Eagles. Gasau, he will play. He's a Nigerian politician.
Okay.
Did he merit the NFF presidency? How was he brought in? Was he by appointment? Was he by voting? So definitely, because we don't know, we don't have a wide transparency when it comes to this. Okay. These people have they have this power of wild cards, of putting out their own opinion over because they were not properly selected. They were not. It's just appointments. It's just who knows who that knows who. So definitely that power prowess, he would want to possess it because he was handpicked.
Okay.
Allegedly, anyways. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gregory from Nigeria. Thank you so much there for your call. All right, we're going to pause a bit and go into. I can see the phone lines buzzing, but we're going to pause a bit and go into the Olympic Games to bring you up to speed with everything happening from the Olympic Games. It's day number 7. Yeah, it's day number 7. So BBC has got something really, really good for us, and we will take a listen to it to bring ourselves up to speed with everything happening at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games.
BBC Paris Update with Paul Sayers.
Day 7 at the Paris Olympic Games was another successful one for the hosts. The French swimmer Léon Marchand claimed the 4th gold medal of his home games, winning the men's 200-metre individual medley in a new Olympic record time. The France flag bearer Teddy Riner won the 4th Olympic gold medal of his career, beating Korea's Kim Min-jong in the final of the over 100-kilogram judo category in front of a raucous home crowd and a delighted President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron. And it was a French clean sweep in the men's BMX racing, repeating their feat from the World Championships last year. Joris Daudet took gold, with Sylvain André the silver and Roman Mahut taking bronze. The Ugandan world record holder Joshua Cheptegei took the first gold medal on the track, setting a new Olympic record in the men's 10,000 metres. Ethiopia's Berihu Aragawi took silver and Grant Fisher the bronze for the USA. The top 2 seeds in the men's singles are set to meet in the gold medal match at Roland Garros on Sunday. Top seed Novak Djokovic was a straight sets winner over the Italian Lorenzo Musetti in the semi-finals and will face the number 2 seed and reigning French Open champion Carlos Alcaraz after the Spaniard beat Canada's Felix Auger-Aliassime in the other last 4 matchup. Elsewhere at Roland Garros, the women's world number 1 Iga Swiatek beat Slovakia's Anna Karolina Schmiedlova in the bronze medal match. The women's final between China's Qin Wenzheng and Donna Vekic of Croatia takes place on Saturday. Elsewhere on day 7, the South Korean pair of Lim Si-hyun and Kim Woo-jin won the archery mixed team event to each secure their 2nd golds of the Games. And the Croatian brothers Martin and Valent Sinkovic won gold at their 3rd successive Olympics, taking the men's pair rowing title.
BBC Paris Update.
China remained top of the medals table after day 7 of the Paris Olympic Games with 13 golds. The hosts France are in 2nd place with 11 golds after their big names Léon Marchand, Teddy Riner and Joris Daudet all delivered on day 7, and Australia are in 3rd. There are 27 more gold medals up for grabs on day 8 of the Paris Olympic Games in athletics, including the women's 100 metres, in archery, gymnastics, badminton, equestrian, fencing, judo, road cycling, rowing, shooting, swimming, tennis and table tennis.
FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
All right, so welcome back. If you're just joining us, it is the marathon edition of Today Sports Live, the Saturday's edition of the show. And we're talking Nigerian football right here. You just listened to the BBC's update and rundown of all that has happened in match day would I call it match day 9, or we'll call it day 9, day 8 and day 9 of the ongoing Paris 2024 Olympic game. Right here on our screens, we have Colombia up against Spain in the women's tournament of the ongoing Paris 2024 Olympic. The same Spain that the Super Falcons of Nigeria.
Let's see now. Colombia
they are trailing Colombia by 2-0. The world champions about to be kicked out of the competition by the Colombian ladies. If we talk about South American female football, we will not even be calling Colombia. The likes of Argentina and Brazil still hold it. But this is Colombia trying to kick Spain out.
And you talk about squad depth now, please, for squad depth, Spain and Colombia, who has the most squad depth? You talk about experience, Spain and Colombia, who has experience? And I said something against for the Super Falcons. You don't defend to the stream like that.
Okay, it's okay.
It's not work.
It's okay, honorable. It's okay. Before you start with your all attack, no defense.
Yes, all attack.
It's okay. Let's head back to the phone lines. We are talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria and what's going on within the setup of the Nigerian Football Federation, as the technical committee have picked former Mali coach Eric Chelle as the one to be named the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. They're just waiting for approvals from the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, talking about Ibrahim Musa Gusau. And the twist here is Ibrahim Musa Gusau is having another coach in mind, and he favors that coach ahead of Eric Chelle. Against what the technical committee have recommended, is this another issue that we will be seeing again with the Super Eagles of Nigeria? The same thing happened within the period where we had the Coach Finidi George saga, and here it is again. So the phone lines are still open. You could call in to react to this particular one, 0817 00 951. 0810-951-0951. You could also be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal by dropping a line to 0701-933-9962. Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Osai.
Welcome. This is Asna Baba Twins.
Yeah, calling you from Ahuda East.
How is Ahuda today?
We are okay.
All right.
I'm telling you, so good football in Nigeria.
Okay.
Committee have another coach. President have another coach. Secretary have another coach. Treasurer have another coach. How can you grow? How can you go? No way for World Cup at all. No way. No way for World Cup. We cannot qualify.
Okay.
This is the time. We cannot qualify. Let's mount in a qualification. We cannot qualify. No way. They have no day in order. We cannot qualify. That's my take. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Asnal Baba Twins, for your take on that particular one. The phone lines are still open. You could be part of the conversation right now. 0817 00 951. 0810 951 951. You could also be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal by dropping a line to 0701 933 9962. We talked about the MPFL. We talked about the anticipation, 28 days to go to the resumption of the league. A lot of clubs are already doing business for the new season. Players here and there, we'll let you in on those players when we get to the transfer corner. Some of them have been picking up trophies. Some of them have been recording very good performances. The likes of Remo Stars, Ikorodu City, Rivers United, a couple of other ones. Rangers is also in the mix somewhere in the Coal City Cup. They did defeat Ayimba. That was yesterday, a day ago. Yesterday, that should be yesterday. They did defeat Ayimba also. So a lot of clubs are trying to get themselves into shape. So let us know, who do you think you'll be gunning for the 2024/2025 season to win the Nigerian Premier Football League trophy? Ikorodu City also, can they do big things when the league resumes? We talked about that one. We also looked at the online presence, the social media presence of our MPFL clubs. The top clubs in Europe, the best, the top of them all is Real Madrid with 415 million followers on all social media platforms. And the biggest we have in the Nigerian Premier Football League is Ayimba with 366.6 thousand followers. I know you expected millions, but thousands. So we're not doing too well when it has to do with the social media presence of the club. You can also react to that particular one. You could let them know what and which ways would improve what they have on their social media channels to increase the followers that are there. So 0817 00951, 0810 9510 951. Hello, caller.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Simon. Welcome.
Let me talk the one that concerns me for now.
All right.
I know many of them concern me. Let me talk about the Super Eagles.
Okay.
The coach that they are mentioning. Well, seeing the Mali team as the just concluded the last nation
African Cup of Nations, yes.
Yes. I think the Mali team, they played very good attacking football.
All right.
Understand? So with the kind of caliber of player that, but there's something that happened. When that Mali team played against Cote d'Ivoire, they were leading Cote d'Ivoire 1-0. Even before Cote d'Ivoire got red card. What I knew that Cote d'Ivoire were one man down and the Mali were leading them 1-0. So I was surprised when Cote d'Ivoire came back, equalized, and they scored. So they scored Mali 2 goals, shooting one player. This scored Mali 2 goals. So that one now is question the tactical display on this coach.
All right.
Because it's not all about possessing football. When you are leading, how did you protect your lead? Even somebody that is one man down, they still score you 2 goals.
Okay.
Well, that is one match anyway. I don't know whether maybe you give a better, but only that one now have the dent his image as a good coach.
Okay.
So I don't know what we will see. Let's go now. Anything we'll see, we'll take.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Simon, for your call. We'll continue with the phone calls when we return from this timeout as we go to pay some bills. Stay tuned.
Nylon we go serve you well. Bentoni Bags Limited. Branded nylon for all packaging. Bentoni.
Hey, Bentoni Bags Limited. We dey produce Obenge nylon bags for companies and markets. We dey produce rice, engagement of all types. Our people plain nylon bags na top notch. Any business you dey do, oga, madam, you need our branded bags for packaging, so you go dey move sharply. We get shopping sacks, agro sacks, nylon, twine, nail sacks, plus inclusion of general PP woven sacks wey no dey carry last. Our company dey for plots in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout off Atani Road behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onitsha. For more information, knock us for phone 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
Nylon we go serve you well. Bentoni Bags Limited. Branded nylon for all packaging.
Bentoni Bags Limited. Original na our name.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, so welcome back. It is today's Sports Live, the Marathon Edition, Saturday. Call it the 3rd day of August 2024, and we are still driving you through the roads as regards footballing matters right here in Nigeria. And we've been talking, we're presently at the bus stop of the Nigerian Football Federation, where we're looking at how exactly we can get a coach for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And we have the phone lines open. You could be part of the conversation and react to any of the talking points. 0817 00951, 0810 9510 951. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal are also there for you to drop your reactions to 0701 933 9962. Meanwhile, Nigerian football legend John Mikel Obi is contemplating a leap into management following a recent meeting with former boss Carlo Ancelotti at Real Madrid's training ground. Now, the Super Eagles icon, talking about John Mikel Obi, known for his illustrious career at Chelsea and his pivotal role in Nigeria's national team, described Ancelotti as a father figure whose encouragement has reignited his ambition in the sport. So we're going to be having somebody to join with the likes of Emmanuel Amunike, George Finidi. Who else do we have in the mix there? Samson Siasia, Sondo Lise. So we're going to be having a John Mikel Obi. Who knows? He's of the next gen, new gen. These other guys, we are the 1994 guys. But this is John Mikel Obi. Maybe he's going to be coming with that fresh breath or the new breed as regards coaching in Nigeria. Who knows? We could be looking at the next Nigerian-born Pep Josep Guardiola or the next Nigerian-born. Why are you smiling? Nelson, it's very possible. You might be so surprised. Mikel Obi had a very good illustrious career, as stated before. He won the Champions League, he won the Europa League with Chelsea, he won the Premier League also with Chelsea. He has also won the African Cup of Nations. So he knows how to win. Who knows? Coming in as a coach, he will also tinker that team.
This is the same qualification we put up in the Judge head. The Judge has
Judge is a different person. This is John Mikel Obi.
But let us not put our hopes up as tagging him as one of the next gen of Pep Guardiola. Please let him just continue his podcast and just because he's not going to coaching.
Why should he not go into coaching?
I don't think he's going to coaching. No,
Steve Gerrard is a coach.
He's a coach. Even Wayne Rooney is a coach.
No.
Wayne Rooney is not a coach. What do you mean? What do you mean? Is Wayne Rooney not a coach?
Oh God! Please, that's really
no. Why are you laughing? Is Wayne Rooney not a coach? Yes or no?
He's a coach.
Is Wayne Rooney not a coach? Yes,
he's a coach.
So why are you laughing? Wayne Rooney is a coach.
But if Wayne Rooney should be in my team,
that's your business. There are people that celebrate when Rooney as a coach. He is a coach.
I said that.
The build coach.
But after all, coaches get sacked. It's not the first time.
Okay.
If he gets sacked, it's not the first time. He's a coach.
Okay. So I'll listen to you and think that Wayne Rooney is a very good coach. Now,
Wayne Rooney is a coach. I didn't say if he's a good coach, but Wayne Rooney is a coach.
Okay, but see, for Mikel Obi, I think we have seen players going to coaching, and they have turned out to be one of the best. Zidane as an example, when he's the one that used Madrid to go for that three-peat Champions League, and so you have look at Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Even they say he didn't stay as long as he would want to stay at United. United arguably actually played one of the best football under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. That's when Pogba flourished with him. Then you see, how many semi-finals and lost to the finals of Europa League when we lost to penalties against Villarreal. That's when Chicoze had that elusive medal for winning the Europa League title. Then for Steven Gerrard, we knew what he did with Aston Villa before. I think from Rangers, and I went to Aston Villa. Then from Aston Villa, he went to the Saudi Arabia League, and he's still doing averagely well. Then Frank Lampard wonderfully well with the likes of Chelsea when they had that ban, and then it hasn't been stable. He went to the Everton job, and the man didn't perform as much as we actually love for him to perform. For Wayne Rooney, the less we talk about him, the better for me, because I think
he's at Plymouth Argyle. The
man didn't do well. It's all the coaches. Derby County. Is it Derby County? I think
Birmingham City. Derby County.
Is it Derby County?
DC United in the MLS.
DC United was more of a playing coaching playing. I think that was because I think he was still playing the games and so coaching. Then for Birmingham City, I think Birmingham City he didn't do well. And then for Plymouth, I think this is of the center. He just got appointed ahead of this new season. And so the man, there's one negative record is set. I think that was how many games he didn't win before he was let go. And so that's not a kind of a good record that you would love a coach of his Super Eagles to have in the name of Wayne Rooney. But like I mentioned, players who have gone to coaching and have done well. Thiago Motta is a coach of is it Bologna? I think it's Bologna. Yeah, Bologna.
Yes.
So you have Andrea Pirlo once coached Juventus, who is a small little stint with Juventus, and these are players who have gone into coaching. And so, what stops Mikel Obi to go into the coaching? If he thinks it's right, if he thinks he's matured enough to handle the pressure of coaching. See, it's a different thing to do a podcast. It's to be a pundit. A pundit can say a lot of things. Ask Jimmy Carragher. Ask Thierry Henry. Ask Gary Neville. Ask Thierry Henry.
Michael Richards.
Maybe he's doing well with the France Olympic team, but these names I've called Gary Neville and the rest of them. they are good pundits. They love to. She talk about people castigating coaches. You can mention the likes of Carrick, Neville, and the rest of them, and Jimmy Carragher. But when they did with what they did, their own thing with the coaching club, they were very poor, and so that's what we actually see with. And that should be the third goal for. What was that? What was that? After that magical run,
that should have been the third goal for the Colombian ladies, but their striker there just decided to give the ball to the Spanish goalkeeper.
And this is how to take in on the world champions. And you say the Super Falcons of Nigeria, I don't know why they refuse to convert their chances, because Rashida Ajibade, you mentioned Ihozwe and the rest of them. This should be Nigeria versus Colombia. Okay, let me not say Nigeria should be versus Colombia, because taking chances is actually make yourself good enough or make yourself push forward and progress. But back to the discussion. Mikel Obi was a midfielder. He won a lot of trophies with Chelsea, and you see midfielders at the injury room of the sides pitch when they play, and so you understand that they can read the games well. They can actually make these games go to the favor of their team. And what's if anything, if the man knows he's good enough, I think you should just give a man a chance, but not Super Eagles of Nigeria, please, for Christ's sake. We actually should get maybe the MPFL club, one of the MPFL clubs. Let's see what he does with that, and then we should groom him into management and see what Phoenix George is doing. He did something with Eimba before getting that limp to the Super Eagles of Nigeria, which maybe was not actually harnessed or used well. But I think it's something we should actually clamor for. Let's have our ex-players go into coaching.
All right, having our ex-players go into coaching. Let me come to the lady in the house. Sometimes they say ladies see clearer because they can make use of the both sides of their brains at the same time. They can multitask. So let's get to the lady in the house. Alex, look into your crystal ball, and tell us if Mikel Obi is going to be making a good coach when he goes into management.
Well, yeah, he could make a good coach with his experience and all that. So I don't think him being a coach is going to be an issue. He's a good player, that's one. He has experience. So he's a Nigerian, of course, so he would want to make impact on the team.
Meaning you could say that it's going to be something good to see Mikel Obi become the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria someday in future.
Yeah, someday in the future, but not right now.
Not right now.
Right now, we need someone that is very experienced to be there.
All right. That's the words of Alex there. As we head back to the phone lines and get your thoughts on this one, we are trying to add this to it. Mikel Obi has said his desire to become a manager has been reawoken by Carlo Ancelotti. He visited the Real Madrid training center a couple of days back, and meeting with Carlo Ancelotti, he said Carlo has reignited his desire to be a coach. So we're looking at another indigenous coach in the making in John Obi Mikel. 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. You could also be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, 0701-933-9962. Mikel Obi trying to go into coaching. His dreams or his desire has been reignited. Is it a good one for you? And do you see him being a good coach if he goes into management? Hello, caller. Good evening. Welcome. Good evening. Name, location, and submission.
Okay, my name is Louis. I'm calling in from Rukwaku.
Louis from Rukwaku. Welcome.
Okay. As I always say, charity begins at home. I hope I'm right.
Very well.
Let's Mikel Obi to take that his bench experience that he got in Chelsea and start somewhere in Nigeria NNL.
Whoa. Okay.
If you can graduate from there, if you can manage a good record from the NNL first.
Okay.
Then talk about the MPFL. Now, if you can graduate from MPFL, that means you have gotten 60% experience.
All right.
Before you now talk of Super Eagles of Nigeria. The key word there is Super Eagles of Nigeria.
All right.
It's not a community football team.
All right.
National team of the country. So if you tell someone with a pedigree, a high-profile coach to manage the ego of the player you have there, because the player you have in that team is not a player that being gotten in a local village in some way in my village.
All right.
They are all professional players. So any coach that wants to manage Manchester Eagles has to be professional. So Mikel Obi should go back to his village and start from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much there for your call. Hello, caller. Good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening to everyone in the studio.
Good evening. This should be the man from Abba Road. Yes.
It's Walter
from Abba Road. Yes, I do. Go ahead.
For me, you never can tell. You never can tell.
Okay.
It can be possible for him. So, I don't like his pattern of play.
All right.
For me, I'm a Manchester United fan. He's a Nigerian. I don't like his pattern of play.
I hope you're not still holding that beef with Mikel Obi not joining Manchester United. Instead, he went to Chelsea.
No. Even though he's joined, if I tell you I don't like his pattern of play.
All right. All right.
That's how it is. Just like Rashford, last season, I decided him as a Man U fan. So, Mikel can be a very good coach.
Okay.
If he goes in, just get him start by club side, and that's a routine.
All right.
In Nigeria, so that from there we know you well. So for me, he can be, never compare. He can succeed. He can do more than any.
All right.
By never or Steven Gerrard.
Okay.
Anything can happen.
All right.
That's luck. Can have luck. Like another way say, Bali Baguzem. That Alonso.
Okay.
We can get long. That's my own. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Walter from Abba Road. The phone lines are still open. You could be part of the conversation. 0817 00 951. 0810 9510 951. We've talked a lot right from the beginning, where we started with the MPFL, looking at some of the MPFL clubs. Who would you be gunning for this season in the MPFL, the 2024-2025 season? We also looked at the NFF and what's going on with getting a coach for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Now we're looking at Mikel Obi wanting to delve into management. How well will he be doing as a manager? Hello, caller. Welcome. Good evening. Wisdom from Igrita. Go ahead with your thoughts.
I'll be happy that Mikel Obi is a good player and he makes a good player.
Okay.
When you take the record of Nigeria, look at Mikel now, meeting Carlo and
Hello?
Mikel can even meet with Jose Mourinho. I've gathered a lot of experience.
Okay.
Players, so he will make a good player.
All right.
I like him. I will even have to see him one day as a Super Eagles.
Become the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Yeah, but let him start with maybe one or two academy or something like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much there for your call. Hello, caller. Good evening to you.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Simon. Welcome back.
Mikel Nchekubobi. Please, I advise you. Somebody said if you come down to NNL or what?
Yes, please, to the NNL to start.
Go to that place that you are going now, Europe. Please go your coaching course there. Meet the highest managers, learn from them. If you see space there, also start practicing what you have learned from that place first. There is still enough time for you to come to this side. But please, don't even make that mistake of starting from this side. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your call there, Simon. The phone lines are still open. You could weigh in on the conversation. 0817 00 951. 0810 9510 951. Hello, caller. Good evening to you.
Okay, it's Louis. I'll call back again.
All right, Louis, welcome.
Okay, about the upcoming Nigeria Professional Football League. I think that my beloved team,
okay,
the team after my heart, the best team in EPL, we don't repeat the same mistake twice.
Okay.
In my place where I come from.
All right.
I mean, Akwa Ibom State. We don't.
All right.
What happened last season was a mistake that Akwa United missed out on the title race.
Okay.
But I can tell you, and also write it down that this season, persona in disguise. The Tiki-Taka boys of the Nigerian League are going to back their league.
That's what we want to hear. Yeah, that's what we want to hear. Rep your club.
So God bless you.
All right, thank you so much for that one. That's what we want to hear. Rep the Nigerian Premier Football League clubs. Yes, see what he just did there for Aqua United. He called them the Tiki-Taka of Nigerian football, Tiki-Taka gods of Nigerian football. So they're going to be back and they will Tiki-Taka themselves to win the 2024/2025 season. Yes, and the phone lines are still open. You could be part of the conversation, but let's bring you up to speed with some of the news going on from the transfer corners. I would be taking them one after the other, then head back to the phone lines. This one here states that deal set and done. Sokoto United have unveiled Isaac Ali as their new player from Kanu Pillars. Now, the defensive midfielder that's talking about Isaac Ali has penned down a 2-year deal with Kanu Pillars. So he has moved from, with Sokoto United. He has moved from Kanu Pillars to Sokoto United FC. So that's how it is. And it's beautiful to know right now. Oh, a drop call situation. You can keep the calls coming in 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. Hello, caller. Good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening to you, sir.
Yes, this is Celeste. Yes, go ahead, Sele.
Before I start, I want to thank that guy that used to call from Simon.
Simon.
He just saved my mind. Mikel should not try to come here to coach.
Okay.
Otherwise, he will mess his career up. You know why? Nigerian players locally, they don't know how to
read and understand.
Interpret the pattern the coach will give them.
Okay.
They don't know how to interpret it. So that is our weakest point. So you should start from there, maybe higher school or one of the third divisions there, start and make a name. Even coaching Super Eagles will be very, very ideal in future. Mikel Obi can handle it. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, not even local club, as he continue to, empower himself with a coaching course, get a lot of experience physically, why not? Super Eagles should be the ideal because if you watch Mikel Obi play in that
Chelsea
midfield,
team, all right?
He knows how to marshal. In fact, he's like a coach on the...
Oh, we lost you there, Celeste. Please do well to call back and conclude on your thoughts. We'll head back to the phone lines, but let me quickly bring you up to speed as Remo Stars FC have announced the signing of Beninese goalkeeper Sergi Obasa, who joins them from AS Cotonou. Hello? Drop call situation there. Drop call situation 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. Meanwhile, Abdallah has been appointed the new coach of Kanu Pillars. That's Usman Abdallah. He replaces Sporting Lagos's former coach Paul Ofor, who was appointed and disappointed again just within a couple of days. Hello, caller, welcome. Go ahead. Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening. It's Greg.
Greg, welcome.
I want to make my contribution again on who I think would emerge winner for the upcoming MPFL season.
All right.
Well, as we know, Enyimba, that's last Enyimba, we will contend. That's the first team that comes to mind when it comes to the MPFL.
All right.
It's proven over the years to be outstanding. Let me give some slack to Rivers United because they've been up there 2-3 seasons now, and the commissioner for sport, Rivers, is actually doing a good job. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, the commissioner for sports and their team too, because they have the likes of I think Sami Wejia in that.
Within the media setup, yes.
The media side, yes. So they've been outstanding when it comes to. Then another team, Kanu Pillars will come to mind as well, but they've not really caught it.
Okay.
We should also look out for Aqua United because if you watch their transition, yes, they did not really do well last year, but I think they are a state that wants to build football from Dakada FC, from Dakada to upgrading their stadium. I think they have 2 stadiums now in the state. That shows that okay, they actually have positivity when it comes to football.
All right.
And for Mikel Obi, I would advise, he should start from, even if he's Turkey, he goes to Turkey or any of these small European countries.
All right.
Romania, because if he starts from Nigeria here, my brother, there will be a problem.
Okay.
Since he said Ancelotti is his father, let him go, even if he registers part-time with Ancelotti. Let Ancelotti be teaching him. But if he starts from any club here or any coaching academy here, my brother, he will not do well.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much there for your call. We still have the phone lines open, but let me bring you up to speed again from the transfer corner, as this one says that Super Eagles and AC Milan midfielder Samuel Chukwueze has caught the attention of English Premier League side Everton. And his valuation is about 45 to 50 million euros. Can Everton cough out 45 to 50 million euros for... Let him not even go, please.
Even try it.
All right, because now that his career is beginning to take flight from AC Milan, Everton has carried their distance to come. But all right, still with the Super Eagles anyway. Super Eagles midfielder Peter Ogenekaro Etebo has completed a transfer to Turkey second division club Gençler Birliği. Yes, Gençler Birliği. That's how it's being pronounced there. But he has moved to Gençler Birliği in the second division of Turkish football to see if he can bring them to the Turkey League One this season. Ogenekaro Etebo is someone that had a stay in the Super Eagles of Nigeria, but of recent, it's been difficult to see him command that shirt again, or that position for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Still with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, Czech Republic club Slavia Praha has confirmed that they no longer want, or they are no longer interested in bringing Peter Olayinka back. Peter Olayinka ended his 5-year stay with Slavia Praha by joining a Serbian club Red Star Belgrade last summer. He was keen for a return to Slavia Praha, but it's no longer going to be on the table again. Then finally, Victor Osimhen is on the news again. Arsenal are said to be willing to meet Napoli's 100 million euros demand, according to teamtalk.com, for Victor Osimhen. If that happens, it's now for him to discuss personal terms, which he has already agreed with Paris Saint-Germain. So maybe he will just decide to rediscuss personal terms with Arsenal to see if he makes a move to Arsenal. And I think for me, I don't know if that's going to be a very good one for him, but let's keep our fingers crossed for our man Victor Osimhen to see where he lands. Hello, caller. Welcome. Quickly, you've got 30 seconds.
Good evening, my brother.
Good evening, 30 seconds. Okay, that's Stella West. Welcome back.
Yeah, no. This is Samuel.
Okay, Samuel. Sorry about that. Welcome. Go ahead. Quickly, 30 seconds. Chelsea Ambassador, 30 seconds.
Concerning Mikel, I've had a lot of criticism against Mikel. Okay. They should not forget that this guy has played under great coaches.
All right.
At Chelsea.
Okay.
So if he decided to shift his attention to become a coach, I think.
So sorry, we lost you there. And I think this is where we call it a wrap on the show this evening. Many thanks to you for being part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, as well as from the phone lines. And many thanks to my colleagues who did this with me, talking about Nelson, Chukwuzite, as well as Alexandra. We'll be back here tomorrow, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. to bring to you the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live for Sunday. Until then, my name still remains Osasin Himi, and I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. Don't touch it. Leave it on Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.